to the Atahitchani Thakshit, the Atahitchani Thakshit, Ihawatasis, Chilkotans, Hatwea, the Atahitchani Thakshit, the Atahitchani Thakshit. Thank you. Thank you. I said, listen up. Ihawatasis, Hatwea, Chilkotans, Hitachink Mamatneo Tsuinik. Kwayatik at Likesa Sanat Nanaksumet Utsuinik Ni Wasna Nisma Utsuinik Ni Wakna Uatliquitas Chachim Sinapaexamis Utsiukat Ottawa Supreme Court of Canada Hitachink Government of Canada Government of British Columbia, all the provinces on rights and title. My name is Wikaninish from Ahouset, New Chanot. I've been asked by the chiefs of the Chilcotans to introduce what their plan is to take on the federal government over title and rights. A case like this has not come along since the 70s when Iniska went and challenged, and they lost only on a technicality. We know that the agenda of the federal government, provincial governments, is to take our resources, preferably without any consultation with our people. The Chilcotans have made a stand and said, no more, we're not going to put up with this anymore. And if we have to take you on in your courts, we're going to do so. And so the chiefs have made a decision. They're going to go to the Supreme Court of Canada. And they're going to prove rights and title belongs with their Hatwea, where it always has been. And it's not a man creation. That rights and title comes from the Creator as a gift. Our responsibility is to look after. So they want to sing a song or two. We'll hear from Chief Roger Williams, the chief proponent in this case.
Chanalya, Lesquanisni Jan Nahonas Nasat Chanachel in Nitilin Kai Anna Ashat Selkotin Nohanisni Nankaini Nitlin Kahonislan Court Danatis Teni Tahahia Teni Chahahia Show Gakulcho Honohoch Nakwasat in Jan Agulia. It's an honor, a privilege to be here in front of you. My name is Roger William. I'm a Hanikutin First Nations, Tsilhqot'in Nation from the interior. I just want to take this time to thank you for the introduction. Thank you all for being here. Thank the fellow chiefs here from the North Shawatmik, the Lillowits, Tsilhqot'ins, Chanalya. I'd like to take this time to thank each and every one of you here in BC for all the meetings, all the lobbying, all the direct action, all the court cases that you have done to pave the way for us We filed a trapline case in 1990 through consultations and meetings, roadblocks, direct action. We filed a title case in 1998. 2002 to 2007 was the trial on behalf of Tselkotin. We had many people involved throughout: Assembly, First Nations, Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the BC Summit, a lot of individual communities and First Nations across BC, across Canada. Friends in the Maya Valley, Woodward and Company, David Suzuki Foundation, Western Canada Wilderness Committee, Lenan Foundation from down United States, to be able to get to court. Decision coming down in 2007 from the December 11, 1997 Delgamuukw decision, where 1846, where oral testimony, all that was won there in how to prove and meet the test of title. And when the decision came down, we won 100% declaration rights to hunt, to trap, to trade, and also to catch and use wild horses. We almost won 50% in meeting the test to prove title. Because of technicality, the trial judge didn't give title, declaration of title, but it encouraged negotiations, which we tried in 2008. Canada chose not to be involved, but chaired our negotiations with BC, which didn't turn out. Out of that did come the Tselkotin Framework Agreement, a consultation process on how they're going to work within the Tselkotin territory. We all filed an appeal to Supreme Court of BC in 2010. Decision came in 2012. The rights decision remained. The judges agreed that our Aboriginal rights and Declaration of Rights is still there. In terms of title, they didn't agree with our claim. More postage stamp style, salt lick, maybe a rock that you stand on to fish. That was a decision in Supreme Court of BC, consulting with First Nations locally in BC and Canada. We chose to appeal it. And by September 2012, we filed the appeal, and we were granted the appeal to Supreme Court of Canada for next month, November 7th, 2013. With that, BC and Canada didn't file no appeal, meaning that our declaration of rights becomes the law inside the title case area. So with that, I'm thinking of our elders way back 20 years ago when they were telling me that this case, trapline, title case, may go to Supreme Court of Canada. A lot of these elders were not able to testify. And some of the elders that did testify are not here with us. So that's who I'm thinking of. And I want to take this time to inform you, many of you know, that we're going to do an express across Canada. We're starting on October 30th. And we'll be arriving on the 5th of November. We're going to stop in each province with First Nations to have a gathering to introduce our witnesses, our elders who testified in court. To me, Supreme Court of Canada is a celebration. 20 plus years of our people, of First Nations here, with all your support, reflecting on all that. So with that, I want to take this time We're going to do a drum song, but before we do that, I have this song that I want to sing, our Tselkotin song. It's a salmon boy song. Tselkotin means river people in our language. This song has been sung for years, for generations.
I want to thank everybody that shared a few songs during the lunch break. We do have a bit of an afternoon session to carry on now. So the Fraser Salish and the Vancouver Coastal, we agreed we're going to combine, just do one song, that's all, for both of our groups. You still want another song? Okay. And as soon as you're done, we'd like to share a little bit of ours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I don't know if you noticed, but there was a symbolic Lahel game that broke out there between the interior and 10 canoes. I'm not sure who won, but both sides claiming they won, I think, as it goes. Thank you very much for that. I ask you, as we wrap up this cultural opening, to join with me in thanking Leonard George, Willie Charles, and Gabriel George for helping us to begin in a good way. And so culture is the basis of everything that we do here, and we have been imbued with the depth and the diversity of the culture in this province, and I want to thank all of you for doing that. I was struck by many things as we went through the morning, and I won't try to repeat them all. I just think that it is, all of this has been symbolic of, let's call it the new beginning that we look at as we build on the generations of your work, and we look forward to moving forward in this inclusive way of all of us that are gathered here. To me, we have seen our living culture really guide us, and it is this living culture that's going to guide our relationships, it's going to guide our partnerships, it's going to guide the First Nations health system that you are putting together, and it's going to guide our organization as a living organization, as a living organism. And I did notice that as I watched the ebb and flow throughout the day, that it was like we were a living being in here, the way that it worked with clockwork. So I'll ask you to join with me in thanking all of those many organizers who helped to work the floor and help the family do the work in that ceremony. We look to make the transition to begin to do some other work. And so we gather to do many, many kinds of work here. Thinking as you may, this began long ago, but in terms of this year's Gathering Wisdom, the work did begin yesterday in a sense. And so all of you and many of you gathered to do the work that is properly yours within the different parts of the First Nations health structure. And so the First Nations Health Council met, the regions had their caucuses, the First Nations health directors met and sort of did, I think in a sense, did a lot to both on the governance side engage around some of those issues that we've been hearing about and we've been encouraged to be sure we talk about as we go forward on this idea of what I like to call continuous improvement. The health directors, I think, focused on how do we become more holistic, how do we work cross-sectorally, how do we do this social determinants of health thing, and how do we do that in this way with a priority on how all that serves the health outcomes, and creating a better quality of life for our people. And so I want to thank you for that, and so I'll ask you if you'll join with me in thanking all of you who were here to begin the work for us yesterday in the Health Directors Associations and in the governance stream. Of the many things that I was struck by, I'll only mention one, and it was the corner posts and the living markers. And so whenever we engage our youth like that, it is incredibly powerful, and I was pointing out that we've done that at the, I occasionally get the privilege of chairing the Chiefs in Assembly on behalf of An Shut, the National Chief, and whenever we bring the youth forward, they always bring a tear to my eye, and it was no different here to see the living markers talk about the pride they had and the responsibility they accept. And what I was struck by was as we do this work, 50 years from now, those living markers, in all likelihood, will be our corner posts. And so that was a very powerful image for me. And all I could think about was, through the power of the slogan of health through wellness, I hope 50 years from now that what could be said of all of us is, my, you look good for your age. So I do want to thank them for that. So as we turn to do some other work, The King and Queen for the BC Elders Gathering were acknowledged during our ceremonies today. I do want to ask them to come forward to just share briefly, if they're still with us, the details of the next BC Elders Gathering. And so I'll ask Emery and Vera Gabriel, the King and Queen, to please come forward for brief remarks. While they are doing that, I'll just do a little bit of structural. So what we will do now is, as we turn to the work, so how does this really work now? And so issues have been raised in the discussions yesterday and even in our witnessing today in terms of the work we need to do. So we will, after this, I'll do some logistics, and then we will move to a presentation by the First Nations Health Council in its role as the members of the First Nations Health Authority. Then we will then hear from the chair of the First Nations Health Authority Board. And then we will hear from our CEO, Joe Gallagher, who you so graciously acknowledged earlier this morning. He will engage his entire senior executive team in that presentation so that you know what your system looks like. And then we will turn to some partnerships. So we will hear briefly from our federal and provincial partners, but we'll also hear from the BC Cancer Foundation and Nike in terms of some other strategies that'll be in place. And we hope to do all that within the next 2.5 hours. So with that, I see that the King and Queen are here, and please help me welcome Emery and Vera. You want to sit? Either way, whichever's comfortable for you.
Why? Haski Halt is next hill. Is quiz next year. Can then Penticton gegen Stui. Why has this posa can Allah in Atem the leak and limped Abnat Halt. Achai Nachnoch. Quanakum. For those from the West Coast, you might know what that means. I don't. Anyway, this is my wife Vera. We're here today, and I was really. I mentioned in my language I was really happy to be here to witness this event that's happening today, and you know it's going to be a long time before things start smoothing out. I know this is a start, and we're looking forward to it. We're here to mention and let you know that we're hosting the Old People's Gathering in Penticton in 2014, July 7th, 8th, and 9th. And we're here to invite you all and your old people to come and join with us in celebration. Our theme this year is honoring our old ones, and through their stories and their teachings. And we would like to really bring the old ones and the youth together as much as we can there, and to let you know how important that is at this time, in this day and age, because of what's happening with our youth today, and you know, some of the acting out, and some of our elders that are starting to be elders. It's a concern for us. It's one of the reasons why we took this on, because it was our concern. We have youth in our community that act out, and we have people that are passing away too soon. And we want to kind of bridge that gap as best we can, as much as we can. And we want to bring a lot of confidence in our old people to tell their stories. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Queen, better half.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vera. I haven't picked up on the native languages, I think because I still live back in the day when it was taken away from us. And when I say that, I think about it, and it's because I haven't forgiven them. So today we're here to talk about our elders gathering, our old people's gathering. And the reason why we say old people is because in our native language a long time ago, there was no such thing as the word elder. So our people are known and like to be called old people. And in Prince George, but first of all, before I go any further, I want to acknowledge the people whose land we are on. The Coast Salish people, thank you for having us to do all this work. Thank you to the organizers, the Health Authority, and the people they have all brought in, the chiefs, counselors, and frontline workers for being here and caring so much for us, that you give time away from your communities and your families to be here to do that work. I want to thank the drummers and singers, the heartbeat of this land, they call it. And like they were talking about this morning, that is good medicine. I was getting worried that I was starting to show a little bit of fear about getting up here and talking, but once you hear that drum, that just goes away. And like Emery said, what we're doing this for is especially for our youth. We're asking for 400 youth to come to our gathering to volunteer, to help with their grandparents, with their aunties and their uncles, and with their chiefs and with their counselors. So with that, I am saying this invitation is open to each and every one of you to come out and be a part of the fun we're going to have. We are having a lot of fun putting it together. We were up in Prince George, and I got to share this with you because my cousins sit here and they make me think about somebody who's not here today, but my cousin Cecil Sabbath. I went up to him after it was announced that Penticton was going to have or host the next elders gathering or old people's gathering. I told him, well, their cousin dear, I said, you put on your dancing shoes, polish them up. I said, we're going to dance and we're going to dance and we're going to have fun. We are going to have dance contests, we're going to have jive contests, we're going to have twist contests. We're going to have, if you can still do it, limbo rock. We're going to hopefully dress, like people dress up in the 50s style. There's places where you can rent those costumes, and now they're costumes, right? We're going to have a traditional night. We're going to have, I think, a canoe journey. We're going to have so many things happening. And we ask that you guys all come out and be a part of our celebration, like Emery called it. Our chief, Jonathan Kruger, I just want to also tell you about him. He was up in Prince George and he just couldn't push hard enough for us to get up there to do that bid. And I think if I was them and I had somebody on my back like that, I'd probably call him a pain. But he got the job done, and he got the elders, or the old people's gathering up in Penticton. And again, like I say, come up and join us. And one of the MCs announced that that's where they play bone games, lahal, stick games, whatever you want to call it. So there'll be those too. And we have golf courses in our area. He also mentioned that we play golf, and that we do. And we also have ball fields. So come on up and do whatever it is you like and have fun. So our group here has a song they want to share with you. So.
Okay, so the dates are July 7, 8, and 9 in the Penticton Trading Convention Center, and there are posters available. You'll see some people who have them, so please pick them up, and don't forget the request to make sure you bring youth to help as volunteers at that session. As we transition into the other work as well, I wanted to perhaps, if I could, call forward to the head table Doug Kelly in his capacity as the chair of the First Nations Health Authority Society members. So in terms of the process, you appoint the members of the Health Council, the board. They become the members of the society, and through them and you, they bring the board forward. I'll invite the chair of the board of the First Nations Health Authority, Lydia Hwitsum, to please come forward as well. And then the board provides the policy governance to the actual operations to which we are going to walk our way through today. And so I'll ask them to be joined by the CEO of the First Nations Health Authority, Joe Gallagher. And if I could, I'll just ask you to welcome them once again. In just a moment, I'll turn the microphone over to Grand Chief Kelly in his capacity as the First Nations Health Authority Society members, and we will start working our way through the presentations this afternoon. I have a few logistical notes to let you know in terms of the blanket dance. You contributed $2,680.75 to that legal effort. As we finish up today, the health fair, which is going on the 34th floor, is going to be opening and is available to you. As well, I want to remind you that there's a trade show one floor below us, and so they're feeling a little lonely at this point. We are handing out passports, and I'll ask the staff if they would begin handing those passports out to anyone who didn't get those passports at registration. And on those, you'll go through those, and as you go through the health fair and the trade show, you'll get stamps, and you will be eligible to win $1,000 in travel credits from Tweedsmuir Travel. You will be able to compete in the Friendly Feud, the Family Feud, that's going to be organized by Dr. Evan Adams for Thursday afternoon. And so that is a piece of that activity. They do remind you that there is snacks at the health fair this evening, so we'll ask you to come to that. And just before we jump into this presentation, I also wanted to know, carrying on with this discussion of the youth and the importance that they play in this, that as a part of this assembly, is this gathering, Wisdom 6, the Health Authority, the First Nations Health Authority did sponsor 15 youth delegates to be able to attend the conference, and so I'll ask if those youth are in the room, if they would please stand and give us a wave. Are the youth delegates here? Here we go. Apparently they're on break and they sent their leader. All right, so I shall alert the registration table to go look for the students. All right, with that then, as we move into the other work, the operational work, how does this all fit together? How do we deal with all of these issues? What is the system that is now in place? Please help me welcome to the podium Grand Chief Doug Kelly.
Do we know how to celebrate or what? Well done. Our new health authority is 3 weeks old today. 3 weeks. And look what we've done already. We've blended the best of 2 worlds in which we live. We're doing that business that we need to do in a modern way, coming together like we have in the big city. It's probably where those young ones went. I have to make sure we bring chaperones the next time. But we brought with us all of that makes us unique. Our songs, our regalia, our teachings, our willingness to participate and support sacred ceremony. You don't learn that at the University of British Columbia. You do not learn that at Simon Fraser or the University of Victoria or the University of Northern British Columbia. You learn that at home with your family, with your clan, with your community, with your tribes. You learn how to take care of that spirit. And I'm so proud of the way in which we launched our 3-week-old baby. I have great hope that by taking care of the Spirit, that the Spirit will take care of us. So I wanted to acknowledge all of that work we did this morning. All of the songs, all of the words, all of the celebration, the teasing, the laughter, the meal. I'm so grateful that we launched our work in this way. I sat down at my table when I realized my turn was coming up to speak. And I was about to write a 4-point note to myself when my dear sister Anna said, "No, leave it blank." So here's my speech. When our Coast Salish women speak, Coast Salish men say, "Yes, dear." So I just gave this secret away, Coast Salish men. You know the other women are going to, if they want to straighten out a Coast Salish man, they'll find a Coast Salish woman. Sorry, guys. To the work. This important work that began so long ago, but began with some very clear direction. Direction about sharing the work in a way that makes sense. Providing the space for chiefs to govern, for chiefs to talk about strategy, to set priorities, to set the vision, to set the direction in which we go. That's at assemblies like this. That's when we come together like this. It's also when we come together as a sub-caucus, as a family within your region. Your chiefs come together there. They listen to one another, learn from one another, and then take decisions that keep us together. That family then joins the other families from that regional caucus. And they do the same. They engage in a dialogue, listening to one another, learning from one another, and then taking the decisions. That's how we've done this work. Slowly, carefully, always seeking one heart, one mind, one spirit. So when we got to the Gathering Wisdom about 3 years ago, but we started the work before that, we began to meet. Some of you remember we went through that tripartite framework agreement on health governance line by line by line. Some of you heard it several times. Some of you went, oh my God, they're going to do it again. Can I go to my room and have a nap? I don't want to hear you read that agreement again. Please don't do that. But we did, we insisted. We insisted on a line-by-line reading of that agreement because we wanted an informed decision. We wanted to make sure if we said yes, that we knew what we said yes to. We also wanted to know if we were going to say no, what did saying no mean? So as painful as it was, we reviewed that framework agreement, some 70-odd pages, line by line. I'm not going to do that to you today. I thought the applause would be louder than that. I'm going to remind us, though, of a couple of the very important commitments in that framework agreement. We have said that we were going to first create an interim First Nations Health Authority. We did that. By resolution, we gave ourselves permission to begin the work to create our own authority. And so we did. There were some marching orders that went with that. We were then giving marching orders to move from an interim First Nations Health Authority to the First Nations Health Authority that is now delivering services and has been for 3 weeks. Excuse me. My hot air is drying me out. We said that for now, we're going to incorporate a non-profit society under BC legislation. That Society Act from British Columbia creates a platform by which we can create a legal entity for our work. The First Nations Health Authority is a society. That society has 15 members. 15 members. We just don't walk around and say, you're one, you're one, you're one. Oh, you showed up, you're here, come on in. That's not the way we've set it up for ourselves. You will remember, those of you that have been around for a while, that the founding members of that organization were actually appointed by the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the BC Assembly of First Nations. Initially, there were 7 members. We changed that better than 3 years ago. We changed the structure of the Health Council to each region, determining for itself 3 representatives that will participate on the First Nations Health Council, a political advocacy body that you told oversee this work, implement this 10-year tripartite health plan. That is on the 15 members of the Health Council. While we're members of the Health Council, we're also members of that society. The direction that comes to us as the 15 members of the Health Council comes from our regional caucuses. It comes from our sub-caucuses, and it comes from these assemblies. There's no limit to the work we give ourselves. This morning, I described the work that you gave us in those 2 resolutions that were endorsed at Gathering Wisdom 4 and at Gathering Wisdom 5, I describe that as 5 years of hard work that we did in just under 2 years. You gave very powerful and clear direction. And the only reason that we're able to move that mountain of work in such a short period of time is because of the wisdom of your direction. Because the unity of that one heart, one mind, and one spirit. Now, endless work for us in health when we're talking to the Health Council. We can do as much or as little as you tell us to do. The agendas are ours to set and ours to work. As members, not so much. Members, not really. Members, boring. Under the Society Act, in the bylaws of the First Nations Health Authority, here's what those 15 members can do. Very limited. The 15 members, when at a duly called meeting, can change the name of the society. And we've done that a couple times. Twice. Took us all of 30 seconds each time. We can amend the bylaws. We've done that many times to make sure that the First Nations Health Authority stays connected to who we are and that it never becomes one of those rogue societies that from time to time emerge in our communities, where a great idea produces a willing group of people that create a legal entity, and all of a sudden it disappears. Still getting the money, but it's disappeared from the community. And the community no longer has control of it. We don't want that here. So we've made sure that that cannot happen. So the members can also appoint the board of directors. And because we can appoint them, we can disappoint them. We can make them happy or we can make them unhappy. That's up to the members. We can also accept an annual audit. It's reviewed and approved by the board of directors, but the directors bring it to the board for acceptance. We can accept an annual report. Again, the board of directors review and approve, but it's brought forward to the members to accept. So there's incredible limits to being a member of the First Nations Health Authority Society. That's it. That's all we can do. We cannot do anything else. Now, you recall in the framework agreement that we wanted clarity in our moving parts. We wanted to make sure that when our health directors come together and create their association, that the role of health directors is very clear. And the role of the Health Directors Association is to do two things, is the way I always describe it. The first being care for the caregiver. Help each and every one of those health directors to be the best health director that they can be. Training, care, wellness, all of the things that your caregivers need. That's the job of that association. It's also to tell us, the Health Council, to tell the Board of Directors, the Health Authority, and the CEO what programs work and why they work, and hold your nose when they don't. Not enough to complain, we can all do that. But when you bring forward an issue about why a program doesn't work, we're also expecting the health directors to give advice on how to fix it. It may mean throwing it out and starting over again, and that's fine. But that's the two roles of the health directors. Look after themselves. Make sure that they support one another, help one another to become the best caregivers that they can be. And number two, to provide technical advice. The role of the council, as I indicated earlier, the First Nations Health Council, we're not self-appointed. You appointed us. You appointed us through each of the regions, have come up with very different ways because we're all so different from one another. We're unique. We arrived at the Health Council table in very different ways, but all formal. All of us are recognized by those that put us there. We're accountable to constituents. We're accountable to chiefs. We're accountable to those people that put us there to do the job. And they do. The role of the council is oversight. We meet with the board of directors periodically and regularly, but we never tell the board of directors how to do their job. The board of directors is responsible to support the business. They work with our CEO and all of his management team to make sure that they do the work, that there's clear policy, that there's a clear accountability, that there's a clear understanding that the decisions that are being made are the appropriate decisions. All of that direction was laid out in the framework agreement, being very clear about the role of the Health Council, being very clear about the role of the Health Directors Association, being very clear about the role of the First Nations Health Authority. It's 3 weeks old. Are we going to make mistakes? We probably already have. We're probably already on the way to fixing them. I know we're on the way to doing things better because that's what you told us to do. I'm pausing. I'm pausing because Anna wouldn't let me write my notes to myself. And I know there's one job. Yes, thank you. Sometimes pausing helps. Sometimes the pause refreshes. Lydia Hwitsum from Cowichan is the board chair. We asked her to take on this role. Lydia is a very powerful, gentle, and kind leader. She's from Cowichan. She's a past chief. She's well educated, and she was a founding member of the First Nations Health Authority. So when she became available, we tapped her on the shoulder and we asked her to join the board of directors, and she accepted. We appointed her first as the vice chair for the board, expecting her to very quickly transition into the job of chair. And I'm so grateful, Lydia, that you accepted the challenge that we presented to you, that you accepted the offer to rejoin the work as our board chair, and I want to thank you for that. I'll ask Pierre Leduc, please stand. Pierre is also on the board of directors. He was our founding chair, is currently the vice chair, and he has been a very active partner in our work. There was a period of time when the workload was so heavy that Joe could not do it on his own. So we asked 3 of our officers to pick up work that was in many ways a senior management job. Lydia picked up some of that work. Pierre picked up some of that work. And so did John Shrebny. John Shrebny is the past member. He's no longer on the board of directors. He resigned recently. He was the secretary-treasurer. And the three helped us get this work. So I wanted to acknowledge their help in that respect. Please join me in thanking them for that work. Leaders are nothing without solid, healthy counsel. And those three officers received healthy, strong counsel from Dr. Liz Wynot. Please stand, Liz. Liz is a physician. She's struggling with the concept of retirement, but she loves working with our people. She has a lot of experience in working in women's issues and working on issues from the downtown east side of Vancouver. And we're really pleased that with her experience in the provincial system and in Vancouver Coastal, that she agreed to join our board of directors. Madeline Dion Stout. An Aboriginal Achievement Award winner. She's lived in BC so long, I think she's one of us. And she's agreed to support our work. And I really appreciate the kind and gentle touch that Madeline brings to the work. I thought I saw Jim Morrison. Where are you hiding, Jim? Did he leave? Jim Morrison is also on the board of directors. I know I saw him here yesterday. He's around here somewhere, maybe he's with those kids. Jim Morrison has worked for First Nations in multiple capacities. He's privately self-employed, but before that, he worked for Indian and Northern Affairs. Before that, he worked for the Union of BC Indian Chiefs. What a transition, eh? And so Jim is well known to many of you. He has a very strong background in organizational development, program evaluation, and community planning and community development. Oh, yeah. I got to tell you a story. It'll be short, Harold. I know you gave me a warning. He thinks I can't see him, but if I look close, I can see him. I phoned his dad, and his dad said, "Oh man, I'm too busy. I've had health challenges, and my wife's telling me to slow down. If you're really looking for somebody, ask my son." Oh, great idea. Jason, please stand. Jason Calla is bright, hardworking. He's doing a lot of work for our communities in and around treaty and treaty negotiations, in and around community economic development, and he's our treasurer. He knows numbers, he knows finances, he knows systems, and he knows us. So he knows how to tell us a story about what goes on in those audits in a way that we can understand it. He's got a great touch, a great sense of humor, and I really value the work that our friend Jason from the Squamish Nation does on our behalf. Lydia, did I miss anybody? I'm done, right, Harold? Thank you, everybody.
Once again, Siamp Nasiaya, respected friends, Siamp Nitsqualmoch, our respected First Nations people, Siamp Nisalchwen, our respected elders. Chtlilia Tisne, Chtlilia is my traditional name, and I just am really pleased to join you today and go through some of the work that we're doing at the First Nations Health Authority Board. I had full intention of introducing my board as well, but Doug has taken care of that. But my only comment in addition is that it's been an incredible group to work with. The balance of skills and the strength of the advice is extremely valuable, and they're working very hard for you and bringing their best, putting their best foot forward without question. I'm honored to be around the table with them. So, acknowledging the territory and the Hualmuk Mistimuk, whose land we are on, for allowing us to get this good work done in their territory. So I'm going to just further to Grand Chief Doug Kelly's description of their role as members of the society. I'm going to provide you a brief overview of the Board of Directors within the, excuse me, I need this water. There's no place to put it. So just do an overview of the overall health governance structure and an update on the board activities for this year. The Tripartite Framework Agreement on First Nations Health Governance establishes a corporate governance framework and the requirements for the development of that corporate governance framework. In addition to the direction in the framework agreement, we have enhanced direction that comes from gathering wisdom and the resolutions that come from gathering wisdom, enhancing effectively our the work that we're doing, enhancing the direction that we're given through the framework agreement. So for example, in gathering wisdom, which one was it? Gathering Wisdom 5 last year. That really outlined the direction for the activities for the First Nations Health Council and the First Nations Health Authority Board of Directors in a number of ways. One, in terms of setting, at the First Nations Health Authority Board, setting the standards and affirming the implementation or affirming and including the 7 directives in the body of work that we're doing as a Board of Directors. Also, setting the stage, ensuring that we have a planning framework in place, ensuring that the work goes according to the approach that we've laid out in terms of transfer, transition, moving towards transformation. In terms of as well, in terms of direction, in terms of setting the structure. So confirming the establishment of a regionally representative board of directors. So as Doug was speaking earlier, as members of the board, they're in a position to follow through on the direction by selecting and appointing one rep from each of the regions to enhance the board of directors table. So we anticipate that our board will be expanding and I truly believe bringing on more strength in the work that we do. Also in terms of setting the structure, part of the body of work, a very big part of the body of work that the board of directors needed to do was to build the policy framework within which we would get the work done. So we're moving, starting with a policy framework from when we're the First Nations Health Authority, and then moving through to July, and then through to October with transfer. That meant our organization, as a result of the transfer, ballooned, and we needed to revisit all of the whole policy framework and ensure that the policy framework that is in place was sufficient to support an expanded organization with an expanded budget and expanded set of governance and corporate responsibilities. In the course of, just to give you an idea in terms of the policy framework development, the board adopted in the lead up to transfer a set of 65 different policies to ensure that the policy frameworks were in place, and we were not only created and in place, but ensuring that we could get those policies to our CEO, so our CEO could start disseminating the policy framework throughout the balance of our organization. And we can look forward to hearing from Joe in more detail in terms of the operationalization going forward. In terms of upholding our commitments, as part of the 7 directives, ensuring that we are striving to operate at a high level of performance, but also always keeping in mind were the efficiencies as well as opportunities going forward. So we're currently in the transition phase. We made it through the phase transfer starting in July, completing in October. And notwithstanding the fact that that was a huge effort, I mean, Doug talks about getting 5 years of work done in 2 years, but that, I think it just adds emphasis to the drive and the amount of effort that was required in order for us to meet the objectives that were set out by the framework agreement that you approved, in addition to the direction that we received through gathering wisdom resolutions. So we've been, during this stage now, we've been focusing on implementing our commitments in the framework agreement, in particular focus on the activities required to take control of the assets, the people, and the resources of the First Nations Inuit Health Branch BC, and also through to the completion of the sub-agreements and the Canada funding agreement. And when Doug talked about us being designated as officers, it was during the period of time with which we had to complete the 7 sub-agreements, so we're engaged around the table to support the team in moving towards the completion of the 7 sub-agreements, the Canada funding agreement, additionally the partnership accord. So that was when they designated 3 of us as officers. It was to be at the table to provide support in terms of moving forward towards the completion of the sub-agreements and the requirements under the framework agreement. In the 2 years that was outlined in the resolution and in the framework agreement for completion. I'm going to move to speak a little bit about the summary service plan, or the interim health plan. This is a key element of the body of work that the board of directors had an obligation to support the creation of and approve. So I know that I had the opportunity through the summer to go to visit each of the 5 regions and do a presentation on our interim health plan, or the summary service plan. So the interim health plan I had the opportunity to present it within each of the regions with the support of Joe's staff. So that body of work was so crucial that we had so many moving parts where we're trying to get all this work done. We've got all these moving parts. So when we got to the point of our interim health plan, it really helped us all understand, okay, now that we've got all this work done, what are we building towards? We're building towards the continued development this year, so the completion of this year's interim health plan. Next year, next fiscal period, another interim health plan. The following fiscal year, we'll have a 5-year health plan in place. So in the transition period, we will as well be going out to the regions in terms of to present the next interim health plan. And part of that, the requirement again under the framework agreement was with the completion of the interim health plan, it triggered the completion of the funding commencement conditions, we basically made a list. Here's all the things we have to make sure are done and that we're required to do, and so that the funding can kick in as is outlined in the framework agreement. So in the next piece I'll talk about is the strategic planning. So we have an organization overall where we have the First Nations Health Council being representatives of caucus members from each of the regions and wearing the hat as a member of the society. We have the First Nations Health Directors Association and the First Nations Health Authority. So we're all developing our strategic plans, but based on the direction that we've been given, all of those strategic plans must be coordinated. So we will all do our strategic planning in terms of what our obligations are within each of our areas. So the First Nations Health Council as the political governance leaders, the First Nations Health Authority as the service delivery arm, and the First Nations Health Directors Association as the technical advisors and professional development focus. Just actually, I want to go back and just reference a bit of in terms of the development and moving towards the interim health plans. The developmental work that's happening within each of your regions in terms of contributing towards the development of each of the regional health plans that are emerging through the work within the regions, the plans that within each of your regions that you're making with your respective regional health authority or BC Regional Health Authority, those pieces are all they all contribute to the work of the development of our interim health plan leading to our 5-year multi-year health plan that will be renewed on that 5-year basis. So just wanted to draw effectively a straight line from the interim health plan to recognize the work being done, the planning work being done within regions around your regional health and wellness plans. The annual report was, the First Nations Health Authority annual report was presented to the members of the society, and it was accepted by the members just this past end of the summer. And we're pleased. You have a copy of the annual report in your kits, and that's the FNHA annual report. And I'm pleased to say that it was another year of transition, but at the same time we were able to, with the diligence around the board in terms of our committees. So one of the First Nations Health Authority has we created a finance and audit and risk management committee. We have a human resource and governance committee, and we also have the information management and information technology committee. So just in terms of breaking down the developmental work being done at committees, feeding up to recommendations to the board. One of the key areas or next steps that involves every one of us is the investments into each of the regions. So at the board of directors level, looking from a budgeting perspective is how are we supporting the investing in the redevelopment of regional offices, and also doing that in a way that's consistent with the 7 directives as well in terms of the vast amount of work to do and the real weight of the commitments we're undertaking here in terms of improving the health of our people in a way that's not only coming from our heart, but very clearly monitored and within a framework that the board of directors are focusing on. So I just wanted to reference that the next piece of our work is going to be very focused on from a regional perspective, looking towards those opportunities to continue to not only develop the regional health plans, but also to breathe life into the regional partnership accords that are in place, and to look at supporting that work in a way that doesn't in any way negatively impact the services that our people are, the services of our people. I'm almost done. So in terms of the independent evaluation, there was direction given with respect to an independent evaluation, and this is an evaluation of the health governance structure. So we want to make sure, of course, that we're proceeding carefully and diligently in building the best possible structure for future generations. And I know that the evaluation is now complete, and I understand you were all, that was circulated, the independent evaluation was circulated in your packages. I'm really pleased to say that the evaluation did reflect the sheer, dare I use the word, amazing amount of work that had to be done in order to get us to where we needed to be in order to be ready for transfer in a way that we were confident that we could hit the targets of continuity of service. So ensuring that in the transition process that our people, our citizens that were continue anticipating services, that those services were uninterrupted. Well, from the service continuity perspective, we've had our minds focused on it. It wasn't without any glitches at all, but for the most part, I just needed you to know that as we did the work, we were all very constantly aware that when we got to transfer, we needed to ensure that there was continuity of service. Just a last piece that comes out of the direction that was given through resolution, and that was the direction was provided to appoint one male and one female elder to support the First Nations Health Authority. Currently, our male elder is Leonard George, and he's really played a significant role in supporting us on a number of levels in terms of preparing not only for this forum, but also to keep the ever-present role or the ever-present piece that we're all talking about. How do we create a culture of a First Nations organization when you're coming from a Health Canada model to a First Nations model? So with the availability of our elder to advise us, it keeps a constant element in the back of our mind. We're creating a First Nations organization. We're building and supporting a First Nations organization. And we want to be able to perform as good, and I will dare to say, better than Health Canada, because when we're planning for ourselves, when we're working together and organizing this way, we have that real opportunity to do the work in a way that's not only effective, but meaningful to us as Qualmok Mistimo, as First Nations people. So we are in the process of looking to fill, we set out a process and given direction in terms of bringing on another elder, so a female elder to support the work at the First Nations Health Authority. And we expect that we'll be filling that position based on it's difficult because we got so many valuable people that can offer such valuable advice, but we're following through on the direction to select, and that was that a signal? Was that you, Harold? So we're just, that piece is moving forward. We've got the male elder in place, we've given direction, and we've had some considerations in terms of bringing a female elder to support from a cultural perspective and bringing the wisdom and teachings of our people to ensure that we're considering those. And that's the context within which we do the policy development at the board level. As I said, we can anticipate that our board will be expanding based on the direction that's been given, and we anticipate in terms of timing that the members will do their work and make the appointments, and we should have the board expanded by 5 by the beginning of this next fiscal year, we anticipate. In closing, I just want to remind you, I know we've got a lot of really interesting workshops or breakout sessions. One of those sessions is meeting the board of directors, so I want to just extend the invitation to you that Wednesday and Thursday mornings at 8:30, there'll be an opportunity to come and meet the board of directors and have maybe just another level of dialogue about getting to know each other, but also getting to know the work of the board. So that's an overview of from the FNHA Board of Directors perspective. Taking an opportunity to review the annual report and the interim health plan gives, I think, a more robust understanding of the body of work of the board. At this time now, I've come to the end of my presentation, and well, Harold has just said that I can't introduce Joe, but let me say a few good things about him then if I can't introduce him. I just really want to respectfully acknowledge Joe and the capacity and commitment that he brings to the work he's doing as the CEO of the FNHA. And dare I say that the only person that the First Nations Health Authority Board of Directors hires is the CEO. And so I'm just really pleased to have Joe in that position, and I'm not introducing him. So, all right, I just lift my hands up to you all, for each and every one of you, for the work you do and the good hard work that you do and the good heart that you have to get this work done. So with that, thank you all.
All right. Sorry to have to interrupt Lydia there, but what we'll do is we're going to actually get Dr. Rosalin Miles to help us with a little energizer, because it's hard work to do what you've been doing all day today, and particularly we've been here for a couple of hours now. So I'll ask you to do that. I'll ask Chief Robbins if he'll come forward to help model, first of all, with Rosalin, much to his surprise, but he's also going to help us with the introduction of Joe. And maybe just to get you all on your feet, I will ask you once again to please rise and thank Joe for his work. Can I get a...
Thank you, Joe, for all your great work. So everyone, please stand. Stay up. I have a quick 5-minute break here. Who has their bandanas? Like to see them? Red, white, green, yellow, red. I'm from Lytton First Nation. Hello, I'm Dr. Rosalin Miles. Thank you for having me here. Great, so what we're going to do today, we're just going to do a 5-minute stretch here. I want to see everyone's bandanas, please. What region you're from. And if you don't have a bandana, please wave your arm. Great. We're going to do things 4 times right, 4 times left. Where's my model? Okay, come over here.
I'm doing it.
Come on over. All right, now we're going to think I want you to think of yourself as a tree. Root your toes into the ground. To the right. Nice big stretch. You're a willow tree. And to the other side. Your other right side. Left side. Good. And back again.
Which Prince of Wales?
Prince of Wales.
And this way. Great. Nice stretching, Doug. Back the other way. Look behind you and see what other trees are in the forest. Go around. Back the other way. Nice stretch. Shake it out. Shake those leaves off your branches. Okay, now that we got you guys waving, we're going to try doing the wave. All right, we're going to start from the west to the east. This is south, north, west to east, okay? So over here, I want everyone to start waving your bandanas now and quick. There we go. There we go. Nice, nice. Okay, let's try that one more time. Ready? I want everyone to wave your arms if you don't have a bandana. Both arms. Ready, and go. Nice. Excellent. So now everyone have a seat. And then we're going to do the one where you stand and you wave, right? The wave. I know, I'm demanding, bossy. I've heard it all. Okay, great. So the west, ready? You guys against the door. You guys are the leaders, okay? What colors are you guys, by the way? Us leaders over there, you guys are blues and green. Oh, we got greens. Greens is Vancouver Island. Oh. Oh. Wow. So we got the green team. Where's the green from? North. Okay, ready? Green and go. Keep going. Oh, what happened there? Wow. My people. Interior. Wow. Okay, let's try again. All right. North, show them how to do it. Interior. Got blue, yellow, white. Nice, nice. One more time. Ready? North. Wow. Okay, so I like that. Yes, okay. I'm told I have to stop having fun with you. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people. Have a great gathering wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing that, Rosalin. Fred and I were starting to break out in a sweat. We thought we better stop. Two quick announcements as we go through the day. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. there is a Northern Chiefs and Proxies meeting in the Prince of Wales room at 8 a.m. Please bring your breakfast with you. And after we finish our day in and around 4:30-ish, we are going to do a little bit of a closing ceremony, only in the sense that, as many of you have heard, we've got a number of our people who we've lost this week, and we have a number of people who need our strength, who are in their struggles this week, and so we will do a small closing as we wrap up our day today. To begin to introduce, and in fact, as a part of our introduction of the CEO, our great friend and colleague, Joe Gallagher, Chief Robbins has asked for the privilege of presenting a gift, and so we will use that as the introduction for the CEO. Chief Robbins.
This is from the Skedam to the First Nations Health Authority. It's a silk print of a Ho'istan, Kickley house, and coyote, Chief Coyote, looking out the top of the pit house. The Skedam designer is a Carolyn Bellew, and it's a gift from the Skedam to the First Nations Health Authority. Joe Gallagher is accepting Cook's Champ.
See what happens. Okay, thank you.
Joe Gallagher. Not to be confused with Yusuf.
Yeah, not to be confused with Yusuf. Yusuf Adams, was it? Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing? Very good. It's great to see you all here, and it's great to be here. It's been a long time coming and a lot of work, as people have talked about. I'm wondering if the PowerPoint is going to go up. I do have some information for you. So I've got the clicker here, and I'm in charge, supposedly. It was interesting this morning. I was saying that the longer I'm the CEO, the less I know about actually what's going on the ground. I usually have to ask somebody. So, but I have the clicker here today, and we'll move ahead. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge it's great to be here on Coast Salish territory. Thank the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people for allowing us to be here today. The organizers, Gathering Wisdom 6 is a fabulous success. I think every year it gets bigger and better, and I think it's great to see the conversation growing, the interest in the work, the interest in working together growing. And I really want to acknowledge the ceremony we saw this morning and the leadership shown by leaders across the province in that understanding that you're sharing with us about how important it is we work together. And it is incredible to see everyone across the province here at one gathering and working and pulling in the same direction, because we do have a common denominator here. It's our own health as people, as human beings, as individuals, as communities and families and nations. So it's a great reason for us to come together, and an important piece of work for us that's in front of us. So I will move quickly. I know we're a little bit behind for some of the pieces of work. I know you've seen this kind of a timeline before, and I just wanted to be able to share it with you to, again, to reflect on the work and thank all the leaders here for your work, where this started through the First Nations Leadership Council, the work that they did coming together with the Transform and Change Accord, the work with the province at the time, and then the health plans that came from that. I think what you can see through this timeline is that the work, as complicated as it's been, when we've moved forward to up to last year, with the August, the Gathering Wisdom last year that gave us the direction to form the First Nations Health Authority. And that last May was really the starting point for the work that moves us to where we are today in relation to how I look at it from the Interim Health Authority, which carried on the responsibilities of supporting the work to implement the health plans, but without the service responsibilities that we now have as of October the 1st, and some of which we inherited on the 2nd of July. So actually it was last August in 2012 that the members had their AGM, where they amended the bylaws for the interim First Nations Health Authority to become the First Nations Health Authority. And when you think about it, it really isn't that long. I think, though, we're a little older than 3 weeks, but what I'd like to do is to talk a bit about the story from last August to now, because I've been working a lot, but haven't had a lot of time to visit a lot of you. And I want to give you a sense of the work as related to the transfer and the transition work that the First Nations Health Authority has been undertaking since that time. So, keeping in mind that with the transfer, the tripartite partners very clearly came up with a number of success factors for transfer, that we wanted to ensure that there were no disruption or minimal adjustment required by individual First Nations people and communities to the continuation of their health services or health benefits. Ensuring minimal disruption and minimal added work burden for First Nations program providers who deliver community programs, respecting the 7 directives from Gathering Wisdom, and respecting the vision and principle of the framework agreement, and create a solid foundation for its continued implementation. So the partners came together and talked about those as goals, and it was important for us to have that common understanding with our partners moving ahead. The First Nations Health Authority, as we looked at that as the interim health authority moving to the First Nations Health Authority, thought that it was important to recognize that as of transfer date, we had to be able to pay our communities. So we were becoming a funder of communities through the innovation processes that we've been working through, that all of you have been part of. And we're happy to say that we're able to get the money to communities on time for October the 1st for the payments that were due at that time. That was an important function for us to ensure we could continue that service. Minimal disruption, service disruption is something we can talk about with this transfer, the complexity of it. There have been different kinds of small problems and glitches in systems and technology and phone systems and so on, but most that we've been able to get on top of. We want to be able to pay our staff, so we've been able to do that with an increased number of employees that we inherited from Health Canada as part of the transfer. The ability for the First Nations Health Authority from really, when you think about how we started as a very small organization, even before that, being housed in the First Nations Summit, and then creating a small organization that our infrastructure, without knowing that we're going to be the First Nations Health Authority, at that point in time was pretty much a mom and pop shop. So moving forward, we've been able to develop some systems that I'll talk about to ensure that we have a robust infrastructure support, not only whatever our needs are, but to help partner with our communities moving forward. So improve operations and services through where practical through transition. So we want to look at that now as we stabilize our work moving forward. Are there practical things that we can do that really are annoyances, if you will, in terms of how programs and services are delivered in the communities based on the model that came across from Health Canada? So that discussion will happen in a number of ways, and we can talk a bit more about it moving forward. So in building the First Nations Health Authority, you've seen all of this before. The vision is something that we share with the First Nations Health Council and the First Nations Health Directors Association. You've heard it many times: healthy, self-determining, and vibrant BC First Nations children, families, and communities. Something that we never want to forget and always have in front of us as we do our work as to why we're here. The values that we share, again, with the Health Council and the Health Directors are set out there, and the directives that were given by First Nations at Gathering Wisdom 4, I believe. And so we've been working with those 7 directives in ensuring that the work moves forward the way that it's intended. So taking that all into account, there's been a lot of discussion on my part internally in the organization, and I've mentioned it before, around how do we actually build a First Nations health organization. That was the opportunity in front of us, and trying to understand what that organization would do relative to the fact that we have all of our communities with mandated health organizations and capacities on the ground doing their work. So it was important that we honor the 7 directives. That's the first point that we considered. Secondly, we wanted to ground it in traditional values and teachings of BC First Nations, and we wanted to lead with ceremony. So when Doug mentioned this morning about me picking up the drum, and it was actually when Leonard and I started talking about the work, and he's been such an incredible leader for us. And I look at Leonard's expertise and input into not just from that cultural perspective, but how do we actually apply that in building an organization? So that I want the culture of the organization to reflect the First Nations culture through and through. And so with that, one of the things that we talked about and I asked him for was to help us, learn the Coast Salish anthem, being that he was our elder and that we were located in Coast Salish territory as a starting point for my executive team. So that they, as just all of us, when I went to elementary school, I learned how to sing O Canada. So our executive is learning how to sing the Coast Salish anthem when we're here in Coast Salish territory. And I expect moving outwards that we're going to learn how to sing the anthems of other nations across the territories and the province of British Columbia, depending on where we are, based on what you would expect from us and what we're needing to learn about. So next, being a learning organization, there's a lot to learn in this process. There is no roadmap, and it's interesting because the complexity of the process is because there is no roadmap, we're actually building the road to get from point A to point B. But at the same time, we're trying to drive down the road and we're building the vehicle that we're trying to drive down the road in. So it gets a little bit kind of confusing sometimes and complicated to figure out how fast or slow we can go. But as a learning organization, we have to have our minds open and our ears open to ensure that we are able to pick up the things we need to along the way. We're here to work for and partner with BC First Nations people and communities. This organization is here because of your vision and leadership. This organization is here to serve you and to meet the needs of the BC First Nations people in the province of British Columbia. We have to always remember that. That's at the forefront of how we approach our work. And we have to think about the ways that we are able to engage and partner with communities so that we can address the issues, many of which were raised this morning in some of the presentations and the speeches that were made as part of the ceremony. And the messages are heard loud and clear, and we need to find ways to work with you in those areas. So support service delivery on the ground. It is important that we acknowledge that the services that will best serve our people are the ones on the ground that are provided in the communities by the community folks that are here. The leadership that you provide and the teams that you have are the ones that will make a difference. We have to find a way to support that as best as possible. Work in areas to provide for the collective benefit of all BC First Nations. So there are some areas where it may make sense for the First Nations Health Authority to support work where community infrastructure for health services may not be reaching to. There's a lot of our folks that live outside of our communities. There's an opportunity for us to try and help through a partnership with the province of British Columbia to improve the services that they receive, to improve their opportunities for them on their health and wellness journey. And that I think, ultimately BC First Nations should have the best First Nations Health Authority possible. I think we deserve the best. It's been a long time coming, and my goal is to try and achieve that. So as part of the work that we've done, we've developed a set of First Nations Health Authority operating principles. And you'll see that we're using the word wellness as the structure for the set of principles. And if you read through what we're trying to do with the operating principles, they provide for the senior executive team and the organization a framework in which they need to make decisions. So anything that we need to do has to align with these operating principles. And so the wellness philosophy is front and center. It's important to consider how we approach our work from that Indigenous perspective. There's an emphasis on personal best, that being the best human being we can be. It's interesting when we learned from our friends in Alaska about the importance of their work and how the Native Alaskans feel ownership of their health and their health system. And it's something that we want to strive for in British Columbia, that this health system belongs to each and every one of us as First Nations people and to our communities. But our health and wellness journey belongs to each and every one of us individually. And there's a lot that we can do in that regard to improve our health outcomes by just thinking about it as people. And then living it. So the First Nations Health Authority needs to lead by example. There are things that it can do to demonstrate what it means to be a healthy First Nations health organization. Listen, learn, and act is an approach that the FNHA establishes itself as a learning organization. Knowledge transfer will support shared learnings with health providers. But listen, learning, and act is critical for us. When we talk to communities, that's what we need to do. And that's what I expect from my team moving forward. Never leaving anyone behind, the First Nations Health Authority works with its partners to ensure health initiatives, programs, and services support are accessible to all First Nations and Aboriginal people living in British Columbia. Our focus on our communities, that none of our communities get left behind, whether they're small, remote, rural, whether they're large. We know that the way that it's worked in the past, that there are some communities that have been able to advance themselves a little further than others. So we want to make sure that we don't create the gap increase the gap that's already there. We want to help the communities that perhaps aren't where some of the others may be to find out how we can best bring things to where they might need to be moving forward. There's a lot of focus on, our people wherever they live in the province, that BC First Nations people, their health and wellness is part of the responsibility that this leadership has talked about in this room. The people living outside of our communities that are captured from the provincial perspective in the Aboriginal health agenda that are our people. And there's an opportunity for us to work collaboratively with the province to help them and support them on their health and wellness journey. Excellence means implementing initiatives, programs, and services that bring the best in Western medicine together with that of First Nations traditional knowledge and medicines, and by examining the needs of continuously improve service and approaches and remove barriers. So we have to set lofty goals for ourselves to make this work. I think our opportunity around what those goals are left to our imaginations collectively. The input that the First Nations Health Authority will receive from the community health plans that are part of the work that you do directly with us as part of the funding arrangements, as well as the regional community health and the regional health and wellness plans, and the work you're doing at that level with the regional health authorities and ourselves to understand the kinds of things that are important priorities for you in every region. Those things need to be paid attention to, and we need to take those into account as we set those goals, and we work for those kinds of improvements. And there are also provincial initiatives that the First Nations Health Authority can support for all First Nations, regardless of where you live. And I think a population health agenda is an important one for us to consider, how we ensure that the health of our people everywhere in this province continues to improve. Service delivery and system transformation is driven by First Nations decision-making through engagement to determine desired outcomes and supported by consensus leadership of First Nations health governance partners and realized through leveraged collaboration with federal and provincial health systems. So it's a big statement, but it's an important one because it grounds us in the way that things are supposed to be done. It talks about our health partnership with BC and Canada and the importance that what we're going to do is something that, when it comes down to it, we're taking control of this part of it, but the success of our work is going to be the ability for us to leverage our federal and provincial partners, because it's great to have a provincial health partner that's a lot bigger than what we are, that is acknowledged through these health plans that its services are available for our people regardless of where they live. And through these kinds of partnerships, we have the opportunity to ensure then that the services they are providing are the right kind of services. So there's an opportunity to make some movement in that area. Sustainability, integrity, and efficiency and innovation are essential components to the business approach that the FNHA brings to its programs, services, and initiatives. In some ways, that's a reflection of Directive 7, but I think integrity is an important part of the work, and that we as the First Nations Health Authority have to establish a track record of integrity with our First Nations communities. I know there's been discussions that we've had where sometimes it might feel like the interaction that we have with communities, we're not sure we're still being seen as Health Canada. And we have to change that relationship so you see us as your health partner and not like the former federal department that used to be there. Because the difference with the First Nations Health Authority is how decisions are made. And the decisions are made in partnership with our communities, and all those decisions are made here in British Columbia among ourselves. So it's interesting when we look at changing that approach, but for us to demonstrate that the First Nations Health Authority will work with you with integrity, and that's important, and that's what we have to bring to the table. So we've talked about this before, and we shared it at the last Gathering Wisdom. This First Nations perspective on wellness is an important concept that has been put together by the staff at the First Nations Health Authority through the teachings and learnings of the First Nations cultures in the province of British Columbia. And so when you think about the First Nations Health Authority as the health and wellness champion, the health and wellness partner, and living it, those are the three pieces that we talk about and how we approach the work. So when we're out talking to our government partners, we always bring forward this perspective into the work. We think that as a champion, and our role is to champion health and wellness, and one of the first pieces that I know a lot of you participated in that Grand Chief Kelly and the Health Council were leading was the Beefy Chiefs Health Initiative. And it was a result of a discussion that Doug and I have been having, and a discussion that we had at the Health Council table when I asked them about their role as health champions. And I was very excited to hear them launch the Beefy Chiefs Initiative, because I really think it's important that our leadership thinks about their own health and well-being in the forefront of their minds as they approach their work and the challenges that they have working for their people. It is a big job that we have, and I think a lot of us know how sick we can get if we don't take care of ourselves. So the Beefy Chiefs Challenge and Doug Kelly being the living example of differences can be made is an excellent place in terms of how we can work at being a champion in this area. The partnership piece for me is that each one of our First Nations people in the province of British Columbia is on their own health and wellness journey. The First Nations Health Authority has to figure out how it can be a health and wellness partner to every one of our people in the province. That's a big challenge for us, and one that I'm quite excited to get started now that we have a few more bodies in the organization that are here to provide services and supports to First Nations people on that health and wellness journey. The living at peace means a lot of things. I think one of it for us is, and it could be also an extension of the partnership role, is how we build this health and wellness perspective into the programs and services that the First Nations Health Authority has. So you're all familiar with those programs and services, and they come to you through many different kinds of agreements. Sometimes you have flexibility, other times you don't. We have an opportunity to change that. We have an opportunity to incorporate the concepts of health and wellness through this kind of a concept into those kinds of programs and services. So I heard that this morning, and it is something that we will be able to do. We've got a couple of pictures that sort of show how we think some of this work around the wellness model and being a champion. And you sort of see here on the left side, you have the individual in the center. And that's really each and every one of us, and us as a wellness champion, and the influence that we have, you know, on our own ourselves first, our own families, our workplace, our community. Those are our circles of influence, and we can be a champion in each of those areas. I think that between the leadership and the health directors that are here, that's an awful lot of First Nations people that are now health and wellness champions. I'd love to see the impact that you all have in your families and communities at home. And I think if that was the case, we'd have the job a good way down the road to where we want to be. So that's something I look to encourage each and every one of you to do, and to see how we can help you do that. We've talked about it in terms of, you know, the work that we do in sharing the history and the stories and how important that is in moving forward. We've got some of those discussions on the far right side in terms of the things that we talk about that are important for all of us to understand in terms of preventing those kinds of things that we don't want to have happen to us. So we look at proper nutrition or better nutrition. We look at increased physical activity. We look at taking care of the spirit. We look at respectful use of tobacco, and then we look at a healthy body weight. So those areas are important for all of us, and you see that we have, from an individual, a team, and a health authority perspective, some of the things, just some initial ideas or thoughts on what that might look like. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, but it's important that the First Nations Health Authority will move to implement strategies in those areas and incorporate that in programs and services, as well as find ways of supporting you and how you want to incorporate that into your communities. This next picture kind of ties it in, because when you sort of think about that happening at the community level, and we would expect that we'll see these in the community wellness plans that we'll have in the future, so that what used to be the Health Canada planning process has become a little bit more about health and wellness planning, and not just health planning for federal program dollars in the past. So an opportunity, because of the partnership with the province, to look at planning at a community level that looks at not only what you might get from the First Nations Health Authority, but other kinds of things you want to do that are important to your overall community health and wellness, including what you can leverage from the provincial partnership through perhaps the kinds of things that flow out of the regional partnership accords with the regional health authorities, or other things that might be coming along, you know, for your community, depending on the kinds of things that you're working at. And those engagements will support the regional health and wellness plans, which again come to us to inform our work, our ability to look at the kinds of things that we do. And so you see down below, we're talking about health literacy, resources, tools, communications, initiatives, programs, and services are all going to be generated out of what we learn from you. We already have some of that knowledge, but we know that it's an ongoing conversation. But you know, the working relationships that have existed in the past, we need to build on them in terms of a more focused conversation on health and wellness. And interesting, I say focus, is actually an expanded conversation, because the conversations we've had in the past between Health Canada and First Nations has been a lot more limited. So in building the organization, we developed a brand, and you've seen this now, and we're very pleased. The brand that we came up with through the the process that we put in place that was put together by Andrew Dexo from the Kaka'am Nation. And it looks at the Thunderbird, the traditional symbol of transformation and healing, and talks about the crescent around the Thunderbird, respects our environment, families, and communities in the context in which our health is determined. The Thunderbird's wings reach beyond the crescent, which is a representation of, we are working within our context, but looking to break new ground in First Nations health. And the Thunderbird looking up to signify a healthy future. And so overall, we have a brand that conveys a sense of hopefulness and an optimistic spirit. So this is the brand for the First Nations Health Authority that I hope one that you will embrace and that reflects the kind of organization that you feel can work with you as a health and wellness partner. You've seen this diagram before around the transition pieces, talking about an update on where we are in terms of the work that we started since last gathering wisdom and once we signed a framework agreement in October 2 years ago. So the process as it's moved along for transition, we've got ourselves to transfer date, but really we're not finished transition yet. And there's a couple of reasons for that I wanted to share with you. One is, first and foremost, with the short time frame that we had and the resources available, we are still working with Health Canada headquarters in a couple of areas to support service continuity because we weren't able to completely create separate systems. We talked before, I think, with some of you about the 70 some odd systems that Health Canada had in place, and we had to, as an organization, go and look at all of them and see which ones of them made sense for us. And some of those systems are designed for Health Canada's purposes, which are really about, the reporting to headquarters on the kinds of expenditures and so on. We don't really want to have that kind of reporting system. We want a system that's different, that reports this way to communities. So it's kind of a different model. And some of these national systems, we can't carve off just for a BC alone occurrence. So we had to create a separate system. And others we just didn't want because they're very old and antiquated. And quite frankly, when we're building something for our population, I think, again, for the best health authority possible, and it's as basic as thinking about, I think most people here work on Outlook, and a lot of the and Word documents and a lot of the Health Canada systems are still mixed between, and I still get from Health Canada today, WordPerfect kind of formats and Lotus Notes. So, it's those things that we didn't want to bring across that would have hindered us in the future. But we're in a transition process for up to 2 years in that area to stay on the federal system till we can migrate off. And that means we have to complete some of our work to build some of the systems. We have a similar arrangement with non-insured health benefits. You may be aware the transfer that we took over, the claims processing that Health Canada does through the HICCUP system and Express Scripts Canada is a national system that we have to continue working with Canada until we can establish our own claims processing in British Columbia. But until then, because we're on the federal system, it does create some limitations in our ability to adjust or make too many major changes, if you will, to what is now the health benefits program. So we are looking at, and I'll talk about later, just some of those practical improvements that I think can improve the client experience, though, moving ahead. So the transformation work is in front of us. And these will be driven through conversations with all of our communities, the regional caucus processes, the regional planning processes, the regional health and wellness plans are the kinds of things that will help us transform those programs and services as we understand what your priorities are. And moving ahead, we look forward to those discussions. So we've talked about the key transfer activities that we were responsible for in the last year and a half. The idea of creating a shared organizational culture. We've done a lot of work because we had a lot of folks coming in that were from Health Canada into the First Nations Health Authority family. And again, this is some of the work that I've really got to hold my hands up to Leonard in terms of his leadership with us as an organization and what he's offered to us to help us create the First Nations Health Authority family. And the work through ceremony and to honor the staff that are part of the First Nations Health Authority family by adopting us into his Wolf Clan has been an incredible honor for all of us, and that each of the First Nations Health Authority staff can talk to you about that as they go out to your regions, that they have a sense of being part of a First Nations family through the generous contributions of Leonard George and his family. So it's an important orientation for us as an organization that we know where we come from and the approach that we want to take to the work. The building solid systems and structures with looking at some of the pieces I talked about around IMIT, but organizational development. We have a Health Canada infrastructure that's come across that we had to modify to fit alongside of some of the pieces that we have. The IMIT systems, the financial systems, HR, those things I talked about before that were critical for us are part of the work over the last 18 months. Assuming the assets, there are many things that came across from Health Canada. Real property and accommodations, we'll talk about some of that. Financial and human resources, so the money and the people. And there's discussion that will happen later in the presentation around some of those in a little bit more detail. Taking over the programs and services, so the NIHB program, which is now the First Nations Health Benefits Program, the current FNIB programs and services, and the contribution agreement part of that, so the novation piece. So we'll talk a bit about that moving ahead. I wanted to kind of work through a bit of a milestone document with you just to give you a sense of timing of how some of this happened, because it was a lot that had to happen. Doug talked about, 5 years work in 2, and it was crazy from when I was looking at it, thinking about, as I said, we're trying to build the road, we're trying to build the vehicle to drive on the road, and we're trying to drive down the road. So when I think about it, when I go back to the August 2012 AGM to proceed with the creation of the First Nations Health Authority, so the members amended the bylaws accordingly. And interesting enough for me, as the CEO at the time, I did not have an executive team. So the work began and was beginning around that time after the direction was given at Gathering Wisdom in May that we would become the First Nations Health Authority. And it's, when you're an interim health authority and you're not sure if you're going to be there until the leadership makes a decision, it's very hard to secure people in senior executive positions because you're asking them to move from one career to another. And so that had to wait, and we did the best we could. And as Grand Chief mentioned, the work of the officers, and I thank them very much for their support in helping me get the work done that was required. But in September of 2012, my first VP started. So this VP is the VP of HR, and it just shows you VP of HR and organizational development is my longest standing VP and has only been here just over a year. So the organization is very young in its learnings and as we develop as a team. In December 2012, I was able to bring on board my VP of IMS and my CIO, the same individual holding the same position. And the corporate documents for the First Nations Health Authority were actually registered at that time. So that way we were actually legitimate in terms of the eyes of the provincial system in which we were being recognized. So I'm going into Christmas. I really only have two VPs at the time. So it was an interesting development because we're doing a lot of work on all of the agreements at the same time with Canada. In January, I was fortunate enough to have 2 more VPs start, VP of Health Benefits and the VP of Policy Planning and Strategic Services. And then in April, you see some of the work started to bear fruit. We had the signing of the Canada Funding Agreement and the Novation Sub-Agreement. That was important pieces that allowed us to get on with the work, that we knew the money was coming, and that we could then start the work with communities on the work of novating the agreements. Canada led that work, and we were there to, if communities were willing to accept that, to accept the responsibility for the contribution agreements. In May was the next milestone for us. So human resources, information sharing, records transfer, accommodations, capital planning, assets and software sub-agreements were concluded and signed. So it was a lot of work in the spring trying to get all these agreements in place on time. And then in June, we were able to secure our CFO, who started at that time, and the information sharing must have showed up twice. Anyway, the health benefits sub-agreement, the health benefits service agreement, those 2 ongoing agreements that continue transition work were put in place at that time as well. And we also signed with the provincial government an MSP agreement, which enabled us to become the group administrator for all the MSP payments for First Nations people in the province of British Columbia. Then in July, the first day of the phase 1 transfer took place. We were responsible then for the headquarter non-insured health benefits service responsibility. And it was an interesting day to see what it would feel like the first bit of service responsibility come to the First Nations Health Authority. In August, the VP of Corporate Services started, and service continuity agreement was signed. And then in October, the transfer, phase 2 transfer took place, as we've talked about, and it was an important day again because then all the rest of the responsibilities kicked in, responsibility for all the funding agreements, responsibility for all the programs and services, and all the staff. And I think interesting for me was that at that point in time, the VP of Health Services actually started. So I wasn't able to secure that individual before then, and so it creates an interesting dynamic as you can kind of understand the vulnerability of the First Nations Health Authority as we move forward building this organization, but the work that was done to create the stabilization of the work that we have have a successful transfer that we've been able to achieve, I think, is a really a result of the hard work of the team that I've had in place and the people in the First Nations Health Authority that have been holding this up for a long time until the executive were actually here. So on October 22nd to 24th, so this is only 3 weeks after transfer, and here we are at Gathering Wisdom, and it's, like I say, just great to be able to be here and to know that we've been able to have a successful transfer. Although there are a few glitches, we've been able to work through them, and we've also been able to announce that from the regional process perspective that the 5 regional directors are now hired, and some of them actually started. So I'm really happy that that capacity there to work with you on the ground. So what I was looking to do was to, again, just a little bit of a structure piece on the First Nations Health Authority, what we look like, and you sort of see how our work flows from all of our communities and the regional caucuses processes, the Health Directors Association of Council and how we support them with the secretariats, and the role of the council as members to appoint the directors to the Health Authority, and their job to bring me on board and my team. And what I wanted to do was to introduce my team to you so you knew who they were and the people that you'll have an opportunity to meet over the next couple of days in their breakout sessions. So I'm excited about them taking some time to meet with you and to host a session where you have an opportunity to find out who they are, what their department is about, and the kinds of things that they're moving towards to work with you as a partner. So the first one that I want to introduce is my longest standing VP, and that's Elaine Wass. Elaine, if you could stand up, she's in the far corner. So Elaine, the VP of Human Resources and Organizational Development. Prior to joining the FNHA, Elaine held the position of Regional Director, Human Resources within Health Canada. Elaine has 30 years of experience in human resources and for the past several years has provided assistance to the tripartite partners as work has progressed through the various stages of the agreement. So I'm very happy to have Elaine on board, and it's been very helpful in relation to her history in working in the federal system, because as you know, bringing those folks over and the labor relations issues that are part of the process that we'll talk about a little bit later are important parts of it, and having her knowledge in that area has been very helpful. The next VP that I'll introduce is Joseph Mendez. He's my CIO and the VP of Innovation and Information Management Services. So Joseph started with me in December. Over the past 21 years, Joseph has held a number of public and private senior executive health-related roles. Joseph served as the Vice President and CIO for IMIT Services in Northern Health previously. And so it's excellent to have Joseph and Elaine here. They're two of the shining stars that we have that are helping us move the work forward now. Then we have our next VP that I'll introduce is our seasoned vet, Richard Jock. Richard Jock is the Vice President of Policy Planning and Strategic Services, a member of the Mohawks of Akwesasne, and recently held the post of the Chief Executive Officer for the AFN, working with our National Chief. He's worked for the past 25 years in First Nations organizations and federal government, including numerous positions in the health field. And it's just a pleasure to have Richard as part of my executive team and providing a First Nations leadership perspective that I can bounce things off, and he can argue with me about things to try and make sure we're trying to go at it the best way possible. So I'm really enjoying that and the leadership that he provides to the rest of the executive team. John Ma is the next Vice President, and he started again in January as well. My Vice President of First Nations Health Benefits. Everybody wants to know who John Ma is. He's got a lot on his plate. He's a former federal public servant with Health Canada. He's dedicated 16 years of his professional career in the area of First Nations health. He's most recently held the position of Director of Non-Insured Health Benefits in Alberta Region. He's had experience working in Big Stone. He lived on reserve in the Big Stone community and has that perspective working from the community side of it in terms of how to redesign programs and services for the benefit of communities. John is also a pharmacist by training, so it's interesting that we have a pharmacist that's helping us support a redesign of this area. So it's good to have that skill set here. Excited to have John on the team. Next, I'll introduce Tally Baines. She's my Chief Financial Officer. A lot of you might have heard Tally support our chair, Lydia Hwitsum, at some of the regional sessions in terms of the financial reporting requirements. Tally is a certified general accountant, has an MBA in executive management with a specialization in leadership. She has over 21 years experience working senior financial management roles in various public sector organizations, including healthcare, Crown agencies, and education. So I'm very excited about having Tally here. She has had experience in the past around change management initiatives, including the merger of 8 organizations to create a financial function for the Provincial Health Services Authority. So she's been able to help us in our building of the financial system that we need to support the work that's in front of us, and I think that's very exciting to have Tally on the team. Next, I'll introduce Greg Shea. Greg is the VP of Corporate Services. Now, Greg is brand new, only started in August, and he's hit the ground running. He has over 15 years of management experience and expertise in performance improvement. He has worked with private, nonprofit, and public sector organizations with all levels of government. And Greg is of Mi'kmaq ancestry, and it's good to have Greg on the team. He brings a very good approach, and I think one which you'll all appreciate when you work with Greg in the area of capital, as he is responsible for capital planning. Then I'm going to introduce the last member of my team, who is my diamond in the rough, Mr. Yusuf Adam Ali. I say that because Yusuf's been with me since October the 1st, and he's been constantly reprogrammed. We've been working with Yusuf, and as you see, Yusuf is there with no tie, and here I sit with a tie. But we've had a long talk about that, and I've really appreciated the fact that we have Yusuf with us, because he brings with us not only the experience in running the health services that we now have under the First Nations Health Authority, under the Health Canada's watch, but a lot of corporate knowledge to understand the relationships that Health Canada had in place with First Nations communities, because things come up to us and we're kind of going, where'd that come from? How come that's in place? And so having Yusuf help us understand that will help us work better with communities across the province. So very excited to have Yusuf, and he's taken on a 2-year assignment with us to support our transition to ensure that we're smooth and successful. So thank you, Yusuf. So as I mentioned, this executive team is one that I want you to feel is your executive team too. I think in the discussions that you have with them in the breakout groups, there will be opportunities to understand the work and the expertise that they have and how they might be able to help you in your environment and your communities. And I think that one of the things that I said earlier about the work up to October 1st was a lot of inward-looking work for us. But now that we have this service responsibility and a lot of that is behind us, as we stabilize the systems that we have in place, I'm looking forward for myself and my team to getting out to all the communities in the regions. So I think that'll be exciting and a lot of learning for us there. Now, I wanted to talk a bit about the work of the Health Authority before and after October 1st, to give you a sense of what's happening with the change. So when you look at these 2 columns, you have the Health Governance Agenda and the Health Actions Agenda. So the First Nations Health Authority, prior to all the transfer from Health Canada, has been involved in a lot of this work. And so many of you know the folks that are supporting your work in the regions through the regional caucus process. You know the folks that work in the secretariats for either the health directors or the health council. You know the folks that support the work in communication, all the various publications and things that are going out. And you know the folks that are supporting some of the work on the health actions area and the different discussions and dialogues that have happened. So that work has been there for us, and that work continues. And we've been working, with both BC and Canada in both those areas as it relates to the First Nations Health Authority, as well as how to support the work that you have presented as part of the discussions through the Health Council process around health governance and direction that you've given in health actions. And so it's the work that continues above and beyond the services that are coming across from Health Canada. Part of our task moving forward now is to find out where we have to bring that work together so that the health actions agenda and the program and service agenda that we have align a lot better than what they might have in the past. So the additional post-transfer work for the Health Authority, we talk about the concluding of the sub-agreements in 2011, but when you look at July 2nd moving forward, you can sort of see the things that are happening. We took over the headquarter functions from Ottawa, which really aligns to a lot of the strategic level functions that we had implemented through the First Nations Health Authority moving ahead, because that's what headquarters does for the region, is provides that strategic level set of functions. In addition to that, the services around non-insured, the headquarter functions for non-insured health benefits, dental, pharmacy, medical supplies, and equipment, we do have responsibility for it through a buyback arrangement with Canada to support their continued operation of it until we can build our own claims processing and have the ability to kind of redesign as we determine through discussions with communities. October 1st is the bigger transfer of the health benefits, the rest of the regional operations, the health promotion and prevention responsibilities, health protection, regional program medical officers, environmental health, dental, all those kinds of things. Well, dental isn't coming just yet, but some of it's coming a little later. But the rest of it in terms of the COHI is coming across now. Those things are there, contribution agreement management, contracts for services that are being provided for agencies that are providing services to support you, like water testing and other things are in place now through the First Nations Health Authority. And ongoing, so we want to conclude the service agreements and we want to initiate transformation. So between the two, you can kind of get a sense of the whole picture of the work now, that we are doing what Health Canada used to do in the region, but we're going to continue doing all those other things we did as well. So the First Nations Health Authority's agenda will be a lot broader than just the regional operations. And that again is why we want to ensure our conversation is different, that we are a partner to you, especially on the strategic level work and also on the service delivery work, but that we're looking at an agenda that's broader than just the Health Canada agenda that we've now transferred across. So when I look at it, talking about the First Nations Health Authority House, so the pieces of health governance and health actions were the two pieces that we started, and that is the higher level, strategic level work for our house. And then we brought across the health benefits on the 2nd of July and the health services. So now the house is complete, but it includes all those things, and within that house they'll be changed and transformed based on our discussions with you, and our house may look a lot different, but that was the one we found to put in the PowerPoint. So it's kind of a nice house. And just to give you a sense of some of that, again, from the human resources perspective, because I know there's always a lot of concerns about the number of people and staff that are part of this. So when we talk about it, when we did this work, when we're looking at the transfer, so what we talked about for the headquarter functions that were coming across, now we didn't get positions, but we got some resources that from Health Canada's indication to us support about 80 positions that are those headquarter strategic level functions. So it's important to recognize that we got the money for that, but not the people. But through the transfer, there were, looking at the Health Council, the First Nations Inuit Health BC branch in BC here, there were 334 positions on their books that were identified potentially for that transfer. Not all those positions were filled, but that means in total, if they were all filled, there'd be 414 positions we might be talking about. But what we found out was that the actual regional positions that were filled were 220, and it's part of the alternate delivery initiative. We had a requirement to give job offers to 192, and so those were full-time indeterminate staff that were working in the region. And then there were 134 that accepted, and so that's how many came across out of the 220 actual positions that were actually working through the regional office for First Nations Inuit Health. 192 were eligible, 134 accepted. So we've been doing some work to fill some of those gaps to make sure we fill the service gaps and the responsibilities that we have now. So right now there are 73 positions that we've offered through terms and casuals. So that's filling some of those gaps that are there. What that does for us through terms and casuals, it also allows us, because they're not permanent positions yet, we have some ability to kind of move those pieces around if transformation says we should look a little different. But in the short term, they're filling the gaps that were there from the structures that we brought across. And then we had 104 of our staff that were in place, supporting all that other work that I talked about, getting ready for the transfer, negotiating the agreements, running health action, supporting governance, supporting regional engagement, communications, all those kinds of things. And so in total right now, as of today, best I can tell you is 311 staff. So these 311 staff are doing the work of the regional operations plus everything else that we did in the past. So our intention is to be leaner than the 414 and do a lot more. And that's the goal that we have, and those are the numbers as they sit today that we have in front of us. So just a bit of a discussion now on some of the specifics around some of the details in some of the areas. So in Elaine Wass's area, I've got a list of some of the work that was there in front of us, moving ahead to support the transfer of the 134 Health Canada staff coming over. And a lot of work was done, as I said, in partnership with Leonard around a good way of doing it in a cultural way and bringing them into the First Nations Health Authority family. There's, again, lead initiative to support the labor relations successorship matters that apply as per the BC Labor Relations Code. So Health Canada, prior to this transfer, has 4 unions that are effective in the region, supporting all the staff that are there, and 6 collective agreements. And so the understanding that we have currently working towards is a collapse down to 2 unions only and 2 collective agreements. So we're working towards that as we speak, and that's some of the work in front of us. And these are the folks that represent the former federal employees that have accepted the RGO, the 134 that we talked about. So that's where we're working on now and the starting point of that discussion. And then the development of the new HR system for the First Nations Health Authority, as I talked about. So we didn't take across the federal systems. We're actually running a PeopleSoft system for HR and finance. So the organizational structure module is up and running. The other systems that are still, we've put in place are pension, compensation, benefits, interim classification system, performance management, learning and training. So those are things that we had to redesign for a larger organization because we moved up to 100 to get ready for transfer, but we probably were mostly operating with about 50 to 60, 70 maybe to do most of the work until, when you don't think about the transfer pieces. So the system we had was a lot smaller. Now we're 4.5 times the size that we used to be. And the HR policy suite in this area, our chair talked about 65 in total, and that's a lot of going back and forth between us and the board on what our policy should look like. But there are 30 HR policies approximately that are currently in place, and we need a few more that support the operations from an HR perspective. Now, what communities can expect from our HR department moving ahead. So just to give you a sense of it, and some of this will be in your discussions in the breakout groups, but the implementation of further HR modules in PeopleSoft, as I mentioned, to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. We've got further support needed for our organizational redesign in response to transformation. That's part of our work looking forward as those kinds of pieces come around through discussions with First Nations communities, incorporating the wellness concept into the organizational HR policies and processes so we can live it ourselves, and the partnership with First Nations communities to support local human resource needs. I think one of the things that we've been able to do right now for some, and we can do it for all, is to at least support posting of jobs and things that we can leverage. You can leverage some of our capacity when you're looking for folks. We can help create a network of people looking to work with First Nations people that might fit into our communities. There's a lot of different pieces, and that's only the tip of it. And I think your discussions with Elaine tomorrow will go down that path, so I hope they go well. Innovation and information management systems, again, a list of the kinds of things that we've done. Some of it I touched on before. At the end of it, we migrated 15 out of the 70 systems only, and we had to put in replacement systems in other areas, so we have our own network now in place, and business and integration services. I mentioned PeopleSoft. We have an internal SharePoint system that we work with, and other core infrastructure and enterprise services such as email and scheduling. So those things have been implemented. And again, Joseph's area has to be responsible for supporting and manage the business continuity and health benefits service agreements, which have IMIT kind of implications. Now, moving forward, I think there's a lot of discussion to be had on what you can expect from us. We do have more work to do on further implementation of these systems so we can complete our transition and we can be totally standalone. There's support for e-health initiatives. Joseph's taken responsibility for e-health as part of our work moving ahead. And so telehealth expansion, panorama, et cetera, are part of that dialogue. And he's been working with different folks and different initiatives to include First Nations involvement in that. Leverage provincial learnings, processes, and infrastructure. We have a great opportunity here in our provincial partnership to leverage some of those things. And the provincial e-health system is a lot more advanced, and they have a lot of learnings, things they've done well and things maybe not so well. And there's a willingness for them to share those with us, as well as provide to us some of the processes and infrastructure that can help us leapfrog ahead of where we might be if we're doing it by ourselves. So it's great to know our provincial partners willing to consider those things moving ahead. And then technology-based solutions to support communications and collaborative partnership with First Nations. So we are challenged as First Nations, having 203 communities in such a large province. And I think you guys all know that better than I, about how hard it is to bring ourselves together. So there's lots of reasons why technology can help support better service access, as well as our ability to communicate. And even from a health administration point of view in the future, to be able to find more efficient ways for reporting and information exchange. Our finance area, we've had to totally renovate the systems and processes, because our budget this year, we started the year at around 20 million, and now we're moving towards a 380 million budget for the whole fiscal year if we took it on for the full time. Next fiscal year's budget will be around that amount. The PeopleSoft implementation is important. It's supporting now accounts payable, receivables, general ledger and reporting, and so on. The contract management capacity that we've had to bring on to support what we used to have in the smaller organization was only about 80 contracts, and now there's another around 300 in total now that we have all the federal responsibilities and the contracts that they had in place to support their work to support communities. So we're working through all of that with new capacity to support that. So there's also a financial policy suite that Tally's brought forward with myself to the board of directors for approval to support our financial delegations and our ability to work in this area, as well as it confirms for us where the board of directors' responsibility is around decision-making around financial decisions. So what can you expect from the finance department moving forward and part of your discussions tomorrow? Obviously, there's some work, again, to stabilize the financial systems. We need to make sure what we're running is running well and supports the responsibilities that we have to ensure we take care of the resources that are here, as well as support the communities in terms of the financial arrangements that we have. We need to establish an internal audit function. The board of directors is calling for one, and it's part of our organizational requirements so that we can ensure that we have good systems in place to do the best job possible, and that there's internal mechanisms to support that on a regular basis. We're looking to move towards public sector reporting for transparency. So the same level of reporting that the regional health authorities have, we're trying to gear up for that now so that by the end of this fiscal year with our systems in place, we can report accordingly, and that you'll have all that same information that you would expect from any other regional health authority made public. Excuse me, work with the board and the senior executive team on future budget allocations to provide maximum benefit to First Nations people with available funds. So there has been some discussion. There are some extra funds that are part of this work that come in. We need to figure out the best way to utilize them to support the needs of community and the First Nations Health Authority and our common goals. And so there's got to be discussion around it to know what that's going to look like. And so the budgeting process in our organization is coordinated through the CFO with the senior executive team, with final decisions going to the board of directors on how they set the budget. The input will come from the processes that we have with our communities through the regional and community processes that are in place now. And then the partnership development with First Nations will take place when it's possible, and it's a good discussion to have when the finance department's ready to do that. Corporate services is next. Just a picture here to show that we now have all of the offices, if you see on the map. The locations that are there are some of our offices plus the nursing stations in which we operate from. In some cases, we're working within First Nations community health organizations as well. So there's an opportunity. We now hold all of those leases. Some were Crown owned, some were Crown leased. We have also in this area for corporate services is the novated agreements. So 209 out of the 210 agreements were novated that we're now responsible for. And the last one is being dealt with, and we'll have a replacement agreement in place shortly. And so other things that are there around asset management and assumption of assets and the master space plan We have a risk management piece as well that he's responsible for. Corporate services, what you can expect from them. So I think important to notice that there's a stabilization piece here as well, as there are in each of our areas, as we're so new into it. But we are starting accreditation with Accreditation Canada very soon. I signed the agreement just the other day. There's work to be done on funding arrangements now that we've taken the funding arrangement functions and we're trying to centralize it here for a more effective, lean funding arrangement department that can work directly with communities. And so there's work that we're doing between health services and corporate services to figure out to ensure that that's going to be seamless. And then our accommodation requirements. And again, there's a partnership piece here. Capital planning, I should mention, I've mentioned it before, is part of Greg's responsibility. So implementation of that initiative is an important area that I know you'll all be interested in. Excuse me, health benefits, a number of things that are going on that we were concerned about. Getting this set up as group administrator, the amount of the program that we now are responsible for. Provider management, including provider audit and liaison functions, is an important part of the role that we have. Ensuring, claims adjudication and process requirements, the managing of the service agreements with Canada. And this department, John Ma, has also taken responsibility at the moment for the transfer of the dental services, which the dental therapists are going to be looking to come over in January. And then looking forward to what you can expect from them. Again, we need to stabilize these processes and make sure we can get rid of the glitches. Want to work to improve a more responsive health benefit program and a better customer experience. So we need to ensure we can make improvements moving forward. And then we want to look at the bigger work of implementing our own claims processing system to enable health benefits transformation. So that's a big piece of it. And in the meanwhile, there's a lot of collaboration with First Nations clients, the Health Directors Association, and the Health Benefits Improvement Committee that was set up with the Health Council and the Health Directors to identify issues, approaches, and strategies. And a lot of that discussion through the Health Directors and the Improvement Committee will be taken probably to the regions. Health services, the area that we had that came over on October 1st, so the seamless transfer was important. We're working through to stabilize that. You can expect that to be in the near future. We're fairly confident it's not been too bad, but we always know that there are glitches that come up. There's I think an important piece of work that we want to do, that we want the health services department to become more customer service, if you will, partner with First Nations communities. So the medical officers that we have and the program consultants, we want them to be working more closer and directly with you on subject matter. I want them to be able to support you on your early childhood program or your diabetes program or your youth suicide program. So I want to make them available for you as medical officers and program consultants with that kind of background and expertise. So we're going to work to do that. We have to alleviate some of the administrative responsibilities they had under the Health Canada system so they have more time to be out in community. So not only will my executive team be out there, but a lot more of these subject matter experts should be out there supporting each of your community initiatives. And then policy planning, strategic services. This work continues a lot as it had been prior to. So the engagement processes that you're all involved with, the regional directors, as I mentioned, in place, the leadership role in developing the interim health plan with input from the regional planning processes is a big part of the work that Richard and his team lead for the First Nations Health Authority that comes back to the board eventually through the senior executive team. Health partnership development is an important area here that he provides leadership and support, not only with government partnerships, but also some of the health agencies that are out there that are important partners for us. With the policy shop in place, they're the First Nations lead for policy research agenda development. So we'll be looking to develop further the development of those agendas in those areas. Communications is in Richard's area as well, so that support continues for the First Nations Health Authority and our partner organizations, the Health Council and the Health Directors. Leadership role and transformation, so the transformation agenda for the health services. So as the regional planning brings in the discussion on how things should look moving forward by identifying the needs that are there, then the responsibility of the VP in this area is to provide leadership in terms of working with the VP of Health Services on what those programs and services could look like moving ahead. And then there's a leadership role in the tripartite First Nations Health Plan, Health Actions commitments that have been there since the plans were put in place. And these things include such commitments like human resource capacity development and improved primary care services. So just an example of some of this work matched to Directive Number 5 around increasing human resource economic capacity, some of the scholarship work that we've done in partnership with the New Relationship Trust. And so in health careers, we've been able to support last year 25 scholarships and 15 bursaries for our students in health careers. And I think that's exciting to know that we're getting a focused effort in that area that we can continue in the past. Yeah. And so I just wanted to, look at, I think the small one at the end is Yusuf. He came last. I must be the first one because I was here first. And the other two, you can pick and choose. But the discussion around, are we where we need to be? And I think the question gets asked a lot of times, and I hear about the expectation that our communities have around the work, and I know that they're there. And as I've described, with the work of transition continuing for a little while longer, we're not totally there yet. But there is a lot we can do now because, as I said earlier, we do hold decisions now here in British Columbia through the First Nations Health Authority and through your leadership and direction. So that gives us a leg up on where we used to be just 3 weeks ago and will help us make decisions moving forward to get to some of those evolutions that are perhaps more important on the ground that can happen sooner than later. So I look forward to those discussions moving ahead. As mentioned here, transition continues, and these are some of the areas that are important to recognize. And from communications that are at the end, I do want to give you a heads up because as we talk about some of the changes that we need as a growing organization, we've basically outgrown our phone system, and the new system we're putting in place will be a voice over IP system. And so in November, our main office line for Park Royal offices will be changing, and this number is here, and this number will be made available to you. This PowerPoint will be made available to you as well. And we will have a system in place for 3 to 6 months, so if you do call the old number, you get forwarded to the new number. So we hope it'll be a seamless transfer, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that change was coming, as I've just learned about it recently as well, because we weren't able to bring our 913 number over. So sometimes those things happen, but I think that if we all have an understanding that we can work through it and we keep our communication open. So that's only the first part of my presentation, but gives you a bit of an update on some of the work that we've been doing in the last 18 months. So,
you want to make the transition?
Yeah, can I take 5?
Yeah, do that. I'm just going to call that the minister.
Okay.
Man, that guy's got to know a lot. I thought I knew a lot about the transfer process and all of that, but I don't know an eighth of what this guy knows. So I just want to congratulate you, Joe, on doing that. And he did forecast or forewarn that there's just a little bit more work we need to do. And so we have essentially 3 things we have to do before we let you go. And we'll let you go off to the reception and to the health fair and to the other things that we have organized for you this evening, and the trade show downstairs. Huge trade show downstairs, by the way. So 3 things. We want to shift the conversation to talking about partnerships. And so one of the big concerns in this process is what is the continuing role and responsibility of the federal and provincial government, and how are we making sure that we're staying connected to them and that we have their commitment to fulfill those responsibilities and to really be an active partner in achieving the health outcomes that we want for our people and that we all believe is possible through this initiative. The other thing we wanted to do is there are many new partnerships, and so you've all been involved, for example, with new partnerships with the regional health authorities and doing some incredible work at the regional level in that way. In fact, in some places, creating structural change in the regional health authority system. And so we do want to give a moment as a part of our wrap-up here today for a discussion of the work of the BC Cancer Foundation and what we might be able to do around a strategy around that. And then, of course, in terms of just the health through wellness and just being more active, as Rosalin was so good enough to demonstrate for us, the simple little things we can do to be more effective. We do have Nike here who's going to talk about their N7 program and really what we can do with our youth and communities around, again, that sort of more active lifestyles, helping us all to get off our couches more often. So we are going to do that, and then we will do our closing, and I'll have a few logistics to get us organized for tomorrow. And so if I could, I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister for First Nations and Health Branch, Michel Roy, to come forward, and the Assistant Deputy Minister for Population and Public Health for the Ministry of Health in British Columbia, Arlene Paton, to come forward. And as they make their way here, I'll just say that Michel Roy, this morning there was an interesting thing. It really struck me that here, as a reflection of the change we've already witnessed, this morning we asked for everybody in Health Canada to stand up. And we are here at a province-wide First Nations health gathering, and as you all know, that would in many ways be dominated by the First Nations and Health Branch in the past. Today, when we asked for that, 5 people in the room stood up. So you, in fact, have really taken control of the great majority of that system. And so I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister to come forward. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the biographies. Let us just say that they have extensive experience in their roles. They all have worked with Indian, Aboriginal and Northern Affairs or the Ministry of Aboriginal Relationships, and have significant responsibilities as we continue our work. Please help me welcome Michel Roy and Arlene Paton.
Good afternoon, everybody. So it's time again for my turn. I am very conscious of the time, so I won't go through the presentation which is as long as the one that was given by Joe. So I won't go through that. I will resume, if I could, I will resume, conscious of the time, I will just resume where we are at and what we are looking for in the context of the future. So of course, you heard ministers, yesterday Minister Ambrose and this morning Minister Aglugak talking about the importance of this initiative and the tripartite agreement and the seriousness that that the federal government is paying attention. We pay attention to this tripartite agreement because we want it to make sure that it's a success. So we pay a lot of attention to it, and we are quite serious. And I want to say that Health Canada is taking the tripartite responsibility seriously, and we are in it for the long term. We stand behind our commitment in the Health Partnership Accord and the Framework Agreement. We will provide stable funding. We will meet our responsibility, and will be a strong partners to the FNHA and the province going forward. We need to work together, all together, and it's a matter, I think, for all of us. You heard Chief this morning talking about some of the worry that they have and questions, which are legitimate, of course. We are all on it together. We are breaking new ground, and we are all learning together at the same time, because nobody else has done that throughout the country. So we are all learning together, and we have to work together for the next years to come. And we were talking about transformation this morning. This is exactly what we are going in, and we'll have to learn how to transform the system and how to transform the process. One thing that we want to do is we heard about determinant of health. And of course, the Department of Health Canada is not responsible for all of the determinant of health, but we made a commitment to try to bring the federal system together, bringing other departments together. Yeah, okay, thanks. To make sure that we can address those determinant of health. It is important to look at those. I mean, the education, the housing, all of those elements has to be addressed, has to be discussed, and we are making a commitment that we will bring forward those departments to work with you and us in terms of looking at the determinant of health. And we will be sharing with you in terms of the experience that we had in terms of health promotion and marketing and all of that, to make sure that you can benefit from the experience that we have, and we can benefit from the experience that you will develop too. One element which is important for all of us is performance tracking. And I understand data is owned by First Nations communities, but we have to make sure that we have an agreement among ourselves that we need to share those data. We have to collect those data, and we have to share those, because it's important for First Nations leadership to have those data to take the right decision for the future, it's important for Health Canada to get access to those data, to be able to support and promote what is going on in BC. We need to work together on that, understanding that the data belong to First Nations, but Canada needs those data to be able to support. And it's important to be able to show the results of and the output of what we do now. So we have to define what is the baseline from where we are starting and then where we are going, and to be able to report on that. So it's important to work on that and to work with the BC First Nations. And just for, there is a lot of work to be done. So if we want to have a successful transfer, we need to develop partnership, real partnership. So as I said, we are very committed to it. We really want to work with you and with the province. And I know that we can count on you and the province to work together with us. Of course, the office, the Health Canada office is closed here. Now staff is moving to FNHE, has moved to FNHE. But you still can count on us. Tomorrow, if you have any questions or some specific question about your community or some specific situation, we'll have a joint table with FNHE downstairs in the trade show area, on the second floor. We'll have a table there, so we'll have staff there who will be available to answer some of your questions or take some of your questions. And one thing that I need to say before we end, Joe and I, we had a lot of discussion in the past in terms of how will we build the relationship between the two organizations. And in November, my DG, my Director General and I will be meeting with Joe and his VP in terms of trying to define the process. How will we be working together? How will we involve FNHE in the decision-making process in terms of national programs? How will we share information on both sides to learn from each other? So we will be meeting with the VP and Joe in November just to start those discussions to make sure that we can move forward in the right direction. So I will stop there for now. And I think on the last slide, you can see that we have some contact data there. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be here. My name is Arlene Paton. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Population and Public Health with the BC Ministry of Health. And I'm thrilled to have been able to view the wonderful traditional ceremonies from this morning. It was very moving and is a culmination of so much work from across the province in so many different communities. Coming together in this way today is very heartwarming and very important because, of course, this work is very hard work, very important work to people in communities. And I think one of the things the BC Ministry of Health often tries to stay focused on is the fact that our population, our patients in the healthcare system of the province, they're the ones that we are serving. And so in this context, it is the people in communities that we want to see real change. We want to make sure that what we're doing is going to make a difference on the ground. And so one of the messages I want to leave with you today is that all of your work, all of our work, all of the federal government's work, all of Joe's work, all of the First Nations Health Council's work, all of us together, we need to stay focused on how we're making a difference on the ground. And it's from you that we will hear whether that difference is happening or not. And so there's a lot of complexity in this initiative. When you listen to Joe, it's very impressive of all the change that's happening in his organization and how he's organizing it and building it. And there's computer systems and there's different programs. But at the end of the day, it still comes back to the person, the individual, the family, the community, the patient. And if we don't see that we're getting those good health outcomes in the future, we'll have to continue to change, continue to evolve. So I'm just thrilled to be here, and I'd like to recognize, again, all the work and the progress that has been made to date. This is such an important milestone for us. We have a shared vision to improve health services and outcomes, BC has a responsibility to deliver health services to every British Columbian. And so we do that most effectively if we can do that in partnership with the new First Nations Health Authority, with you, and of course, the provincial system, the delivery of health services is through our regional health authorities and the Provincial Health Services Authority. And so I'm very pleased to see many of our representatives of those organizations here today as well. So I'm very excited to be getting on to building those partnerships on the ground and to address the health action commitments in the Tripartite First Nations Health Plan. Oh, wait a second, I haven't even got to the first slide. No wonder I'm getting confused. There we go. So there's our shared vision. And one of the ways that we're doing that in getting organized to actually almost hardwire First Nations health aspirations into the work of the province and into the work of the regional health authorities and the Provincial Health Services Authority is to ensure that we have kind of a committee structure where we can raise these issues, where we can be transparent with each other, where we can have discussions about policy and programming and services and issues and problem solve together. And here's a list of just some of the new committees that exist. The Tripartite Committee on First Nations Health, which has been around since the framework agreement was signed. It is co-chaired by the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Health with the Chair of the First Nations Health Authority Board and currently Michel Roy, the Senior ADM at Health Canada. And all the CEOs of all the health authorities sit on that, as well as the representatives of each of the First Nations health caucuses. And that's a place where we can have some very strategic discussions. The next new committee we've struck is the Joint Project Board, and there the First Nations Health Authorities Senior Executive Team and the Ministry of Health's executive team sit together and talk about policy planning and where we can support the work at the regional tables. Those are also, of course, extremely important to raise the issues and to determine where we want to focus our attention. And then we are more and more seeing that First Nations Health Authority and other health authorities are collaborating on the ground with you in the regions and in the communities. Another area that has been of some focus at this Gathering Wisdom, and yesterday I understand there was a meeting looking at the social determinants of health. In the framework agreement, there was agreement that the Deputy Minister of Health would call together deputies from other ministries and with the First Nations Health Council meet to talk about the social determinants of health. And I'm happy to say that the first meeting happened just this month, and it was a very positive first meeting, lots of discussion about what changes need to happen in order to support wellness and better health outcomes, as well as other outcomes that we're all working together on. And the Deputy Minister of Health was there, the Deputy Minister of Children and Family Development, Justice, Social Development, Education, Advanced Education, and Aboriginal Relations and Reconciliation. And they've agreed to meet again over the fall and continue those discussions to move forward. When we look at health actions, the new health services, health promotion, injury and disease prevention, that pillar of our tripartite health plan, there's already been lots of work done in health actions, and I'm sure you will see much of that work being presented over the next 2 days when I look at the agenda for Gathering Wisdom. And we want to continue to work with our new regional structures and partnership accords so that we do get to that new action on the ground and that innovation that we can take province-wide, learning from what you've learned on the ground of what works and what doesn't, and try to systematize that where it makes sense. And so certainly that regional and local collaboration is, I know, going to lead to that innovation and those creative approaches that will help us get to meeting our vision. And of course, wellness outcomes is important too. I appreciate so many of you talking not about an illness system, but wanting a wellness system. And so we want to make sure that we're having a focus on wellness and building on strengths, because we know that is also a successful strategy. I think Michel also mentioned performance tracking, another important component of the framework agreement and our tripartite health plan. And it's important also that that we understand that whatever we are doing, we're tracking progress and making sure that we can turn back and say, okay, did that work or did that not work? It helps us if we have indicators to show over time whether we are meeting our objectives of healthier outcomes for First Nations people. And we have a tripartite committee that's very hard at work to look at how we collect data, how we share data, and making sure we do that in a very good and respectful way. So just in conclusion, I'd just like to again congratulate everyone in the room on this fabulous milestone of the completion or almost completion of transition on the 1st of October. And congratulations, and we at the province, we are very much looking forward to continue this journey with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I was very happy to be able to participate in a presentation of on the health governance partnerships, because it's really critical that even though we've transferred the federal operations, that our ongoing relationship with Canada continues. And so very happy that the ADM Michel was here today to provide some of that context and the work that we've been talking about. It's also been important for me to look to establish a solid working relationship with the Deputy Minister and his executive team, with the provincial government, to ensure that we have good alignment on those things moving ahead. So I'm actually looking, and I've been talking to both of them about an approach that I would describe as having a common vision, a shared vision and a common understanding of how we approach work from an executive operational level, below the governance that exists between the political leadership and the government partnerships, but that we understand how we work together to support the kinds of things that are coming out of the regional discussions and so on. So I was excited to have both of them here today and to present. Arlene, thank you for stepping in for Deputy Minister Brown, and Michel, I think that was very good, and I look forward to our work moving ahead in the future. I do have another slide piece I was going to go through, but for the time being, because I wanted to just talk a bit about this piece around the health and wellness partner as we sort of move into the last piece of the discussion. And you know, it's really important, I think, the opportunities that we have talking about our governance partners as the First Nations Health Authority, now talking about some of our other partnerships that we're looking to form as part of this work, as I mentioned before. And the concept of the health and wellness partner is important because when you think about our population, we all know how young it is and how fast it's growing, but we also know from the reports that we're getting sicker faster at younger ages and we're not living as long. And those are the things that we want to talk about and change. And so I have a couple of partnerships that I wanted to talk about today, with one, in the area of developing a cancer initiative for First Nations people. And cancer is, when I look at the programs and services that we have coming across from Canada, cancer isn't one that's jumping out as we're doing much work in this area. Yet we know it has a big impact on us. And myself, from a personal level, I've had the misfortune of learning about it at that personal level, like a lot of us have. And both from both of my parents who have passed away, my father 8 years ago and my mother just this year, both to lung cancer, and my own personal experience with colon cancer in 2007. And the things I've taken from that, you know, it's been interesting when you think about the work on wellness and how important it is to take care of ourselves, because when you go back and revisit all this stuff and the influences that we have, and you think about what it is we're talking about with wellness, and you get to something like cancer, and the thing that happened for me when I was diagnosed was I had to learn about it. You know, it's the only way that you can understand what's happening to you. And I was lucky enough because I actually started working in health, and I missed Gathering Wisdom 1 because I had surgery. But the information that I found, the fact that half of cancers can be prevented, And the cancer that I have could potentially have been prevented, but I wasn't taking care and taking notice, but at least I was screened early enough to take care of it, so far, knock on wood. My mom and dad, my dad passed away 67, my mom was 68. That's way too young. Both could have been prevented. And how many of us have those stories? So the fact that it can be prevented, that means we can do something about it. Cancer is the leading cause of death in Canada from the Canadian Cancer Society. The World Health Organization talks about tobacco, dietary modification, regular physical activity, and what happens when you don't get enough physical activity. So we have an opportunity to educate ourselves, and I think this is part of the health literacy agenda on how we want to move forward in those areas. So I do want to invite up our next guests to go into the next section, and again, thank both Arlene and Michel for their participation in this one.
To focus on the cancer discussion, we had Dr. Max Copes, who was the president of the BC Cancer Foundation, was with us throughout the day and listening in and participating. Unfortunately, he had scheduled a meeting this afternoon at 4:30, and so he's asked his Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Nick Foster, if he would come forward. And Nick is originally from Wellington, New Zealand. He's been in BC for the last 8 years, has done some initial work at the BC Centre for Disease Control, and is currently the Chief Operating Officer for the BC Cancer Agency. So please help me welcome Nick Foster, Dr. Nick Foster.
Thank you very much. You'll be very sad to hear I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. First of all, thank you, Joe, for inviting, Max and myself here today, and I do apologise on behalf of Max Copes, the president, my boss, that he had to leave prematurely. I just want to say a few words. First of all, how excited I was personally, and I know Max was, when Joe reached out to us at the BC Cancer Agency just a couple of months ago. Something I'm very aware of, I think, with my background, being from New Zealand and even my work at the BC Centre for Disease Control, is really the importance of culturally appropriate delivery of care and accessible care. And that's something I think Max and I both, we each recognise as an opportunity at the BC Cancer Agency. And so when Joe reached out, it really was, I think, very good timing and fortuitous. Max has been at the agency for just over a year. I've been there for just over 6 months. So it's perfect timing in terms of helping shape where we go from here. To that end, we actually have a session tomorrow. I'm going to do a plug here, 8:30. I think it's in Regency Room C, but you better check that. And I hope many of you will come to that, because we're really wanting to learn and to learn from you and really help shape, I think, that partnership between the First Nations Health Authority and the BC Cancer Agency. And really with the goal, as I said, of really improving accessibility and delivery of care in an appropriate, culturally appropriate way. And so thank you for inviting us, and hopefully I'll see many of you tomorrow morning.
Also speaking to the issue of the cancer strategy, I'm pleased to welcome to the podium a surgeon at Prince George Regional Hospital, a faculty member at UBC's Faculty of Medicine in the Department of Surgery, and also teaches in the Northern Medical Program with a main focus on Aboriginal health and Canadian health policy from the Sagamuk First Nations in Northern Ontario. Please help me welcome Dr. Nadine Carone.
How's everyone doing? We are going to be done by tomorrow morning when that cancer session starts. Promise you. On a serious note, thank you so much for the opportunity and the absolute honor to be here. A disclosure, it's called Gathering Wisdom, and it's become abundantly clear to me that I am the one that is gathering wisdom. I have a perspective to offer you today, one perspective, but I'm really, really looking forward to filling my bucket with the knowledge and wisdom of the people that I have seen up here on the podium so far today, people that we've shared coffee over, and Joe in particular, who has really taken me under his wing and helped me along and really taught me a lot in cancer from his perspective and from obviously his role with the First Nations Health Authority. Thank you to the Coast Salish peoples for sharing this beautiful, beautiful territory with us. Hopefully the fog is lifted and we'll be able to see it. And of course, thanks to the organizers, pulling this thing together would be unbelievably challenging, and it's going off wonderfully. I was asked to talk about cancer within the First Nation communities. This is a big topic, but it's certainly important. And everywhere I go, and it doesn't matter what the venue is, whether it's talking to a patient one-on-one or a patient's family member, whether it's organizations like this and community gatherings, whether it's a formal research project, cancer always seems to say, I would say in the top 3 concerns pretty much every single time in terms of what causes it, who gets it, what do we do with it, and of course the underlying foundation of the health system underneath it in terms of what if it happens. There's those that are touched directly by cancer, and so that means either that you get a diagnosis, there's a pathology report, it's typed out on paper, and on the top, that absolutely dreaded moment when your name's there on the top of the page. Equally dreaded, or even more dreaded, is when it's a family member or a loved one on the top of that page. But also it's the communities that are affected and our people that are affected, and or the fear that one day you will be in that situation or someone you know. So how are we going to approach this as First Nations people? Well, one thing I think we need to do is recognize essentially that there's a spectrum of cancer care, and we've already touched on it today, so hopefully I can move through some of my slides a little bit. This is a cancer spectrum. So this is looking like we're moving from Mac to PC. You gotta love it. But eventually, I think even though you guys are tired, you're gonna figure it out. The first one is prevention. Everyone following? Anyone not understand the first word? Good, okay. Prevention, we've heard it already. And what's so fascinating about prevention is that if, in a nutshell, if I could make these squares actually the proper size, I would put prevention huge and make everything else shoved to the corner. It is absolutely massive, and Joe touched on it already. The Canadian Cancer Society says that half of the cancers are preventable. It is a huge, huge part of cancer care. Unfortunately, it's not recognized, and it's often forgotten, because it's really hard to give credit when something doesn't happen. It's really hard to be thankful when you didn't realize it. Think about it for a moment when you're walking down the street and you don't realize the car that almost didn't stop. Or if you're walking down the road and you don't see the pothole that you would have stepped in and sprained your ankle. Or if you're running in a trail up in northern BC and you just barely missed the stump that would have tripped you and you would have been flying into the bushes. You're absolutely unaware of any of that, except when it happens. And then you wish you did things like put on your seatbelt. Then you wish you did those things that actually would have prevented something from happening. So essentially, I think one of the things that's important is prevention really fits us as First Nations people probably the best. It's the whole wellness model. It's not waiting until the disease happens, whatever that is, and in this case, cancer, but it's actually trying to do something before to increase our chances to never go down that route in that way. We know that health is more than just the physical aspect of it. And I'm a surgeon, and it's coming from me. It's probably the most concrete, tangible type of medicine to practice. If there's a tumor, you cut it out. If there's bleeding, you put a stitch in, you stop the bleeding. It's very concrete. Actually, it doesn't take a lot of brains to figure it out. However, we know that it's more than just physical. It's the mental, it's emotional, it's the spiritual. And if any of us have been touched by cancer by family members, we know that that actually is probably the hardest part of the cancer spectrum. And then there's screening. What I find interesting about screening is actually, if I could do change the box there, it actually impacts prevention and diagnosis. For those of you who have listened to all the stuff in the media and the pamphlets you get from your doctor's office, screening basically is done so that you can pick up a cancer early, so that it is presented at what we call an earlier stage. So it hasn't spread as far or gotten as big. So the treatment the treatment can be tailored, your chance of survival is better, and your survivorship is much improved. So all the way down the line, screening has significant impact and can help you through your cancer journey. What I think we don't focus on is the fact that it also goes backwards. Screening actually plays a preventative role. And what I find fascinating is, I'm not going to drag you through all these data, and I promise you this is the only even remote evidence of data you'll see in this presentation. But this is a few things about this slide. This is from the Ministry of Health, the Provincial Ministry of Health. It's 2004 data. First of all, I could have gotten slightly more updated data, but I didn't because I wanted to point out the fact that it's actually very, very hard to get data. And so that highlights a whole other topic for a whole other day in terms of the value of research and evaluation, and know where as a people we stand. The other thing about it is this is comparing status First Nations in BC to the rest of British Columbia. Suffice it to say that if being further to the right on this graph means worse outcome, just basically assume that if you're First Nations, you're going to be further on the right in everything, whether it's heart disease, liver disease, cardiovascular disease, and of course there's cancers on this list as well. What I found interesting about this is not all cancers are on this list. The ones that are actually on this list in terms of where First Nations really fall behind in terms of outcome compared to non-Aboriginal people in British Columbia are in cervical cancer, breast cancer, and colorectal cancer. What's important about these? I found it fascinating because these are three of the strongest, most proven screening programs for cancers, and all funded by the Ministry of Health. For breast cancer, there's mammography. For colorectal cancer, there's stool-occult blood tests, testing to see if there's invisible blood that you can't see in your stool, but if it's there, you need to start worrying and do the next step, such as a colonoscopy. And for cervical cancer, for women, it's the Pap smear. All of those have been demonstrated to be incredibly successful in diagnosing cancer early enough so that you can survive it and talk about it 20, 30, 40, 50 years later. What's also really huge about these screening programs is that in all three of those situations, a screening test can not only find a cancer that's been there silent, that you can't see or feel, it actually has the capacity to prevent you from getting cancer. So for example, if you have a colonoscopy and a camera is put up looking at your colon, and there's a polyp there, if we take out the polyp before it turns into cancer, we've prevented a cancer. If we do a mammogram and we see some calcifications and we take it out, there's entities, DCIS for example. Don't worry about the terminology, but just remember that it's basically stage 0 cancer. Some people think of it as pre-cancer. And so if we take that out, breast cancer doesn't happen. The same thing for Pap smears and cervical cancer. It can actually prevent the cancer from happening in addition to finding it early. They're very, very powerful tests, but we've already heard with health literacy, do our people know about these screening programs? If they know about them, why is the utilization or why are our rates of screening so much lower than the general population in BC? And if that's the case, then what are we as a people now with the determination and the empowerment in order to do something about it, what are we going to do about it with our colleagues and our partners at the BC Cancer Agency and the PHSA? What are we going to do to take these resources and make them fit our people and figure this out? Diagnosis and treatment, I won't spend much time on it, but I can tell you that that's where the bulk of the money goes. This is the CAT scans, the MRIs, the PET scans, the biopsies. For cancer, it's the chemotherapy, the surgery, the radiation. All the things you hear about in the media, the things you see on TV, this is where the bulk of the money goes. I think one of the issues when it comes to diagnosis and treatment is our access issues. Do we have full access to this? Do we understand it? Do we utilize it? And then, of course, when we're looking at the distribution of First Nations people throughout the entire province, remember, I'll be a little bit biased because I'm from the north. We're talking rural and remote, geographically isolated. We're talking about costs to come in to see the physician for whether it's screening or diagnosis or treatment. One of the things I think we need to focus on is we have the ability to not only decrease the gaps or eliminate disparities in cancer care and cancer outcomes, those disparities on that bar graph, there will be a day when they disappear. But I think we need to be optimistic. I think we can actually be even better. A couple of examples in the Northern Health Authority that I've just been so excited to be able to be part of, even in the tiniest way, are the power of things already mentioned. Telemedicine, where all of a sudden you can work with and talk to your patient and the community members from a distance. The other thing is not only telemedicine, but the ability to be able to follow up and have that access, but also, let's see here, telemedicine, and even I'm tired, my goodness. When the patient has to come into the hospital, look at this diagram: prevention, screening, diagnosis, treatment. What's fascinating about cancer is that if you have a sore throat, a bleeding nose, a son with a sprained ankle, a daughter with a broken wrist, you end up going to the emergency room in your community. You end up seeing someone, and often you see your family doctor. All of a sudden, when you have a cancer diagnosis, things change. You see physicians that you've never seen before. You see physicians that only deal with cancer. You go to a different building than the hospital, and often, and for most people in British Columbia, you go to a different city. Can you imagine when you're going through the absolute fear of that diagnosis and having to figure out what all these words mean, this terminology means, and then there's the concept of patient navigators that help people understand. I think of them as a human GPS machine. They are absolutely phenomenal, and that's the feedback I'm getting from my patients. I haven't been part of this being developed in the North, but I can say it's a wonderful example of how both the patient navigators work in the North in terms of helping these patients through the system, but also telemedicine, of course, with the Northern Health Authority being the northern 2/3 of the province. You can see how we capitalize on that. But these kind of things are just so obvious in terms of their role. How are we, as a people, going to improve on that, utilize those more, make them more accessible? I think there's such obvious examples of success. I think of it as like a telephone. You know, I have a mobile phone. I have no idea how it works, but I'm smart enough to use it. I didn't invent the seatbelt, but I know that I should put it on. And I think in the same way, we have these resources in BC and that we should utilize them. Survivorship I won't spend much time on, but one thing I wanted to point out is, first of all, there's some debate in terms of what does it mean. When are you a cancer survivor? Is it after you're diagnosed? Is it after your treatment? Are you the cancer survivor if you're the patient? Have you ever talked to a family member who sees their loved one go through this? Are they surviving? What I find fascinating about this is that this is all over the cancer literature in terms of research done on survivorship. Who better to drive this and demonstrate this and be experts in this field than elders and leaders in our community? We have survived. Make no bones about it. We understand the concept of it, and I think this really, really drives home. And when I work with my patients and have the opportunity to discuss this with them, they get this very, very, very readily. And they share with me their thoughts, for sure. Essentially, in terms of there is wisdom to gather, and we all know that. One of the things is that we, as First Nations people in British Columbia, we have a tremendous amount of wisdom, and it's out here in this room. It's been up on this stage in terms of what we've heard, has gone through in terms of everything that's made this First Nation Health Authority work. But what I find fascinating is we have to remember that at the same time, there is strengths in our partners. There will be strengths with the PHSA. There will be strengths with the BC Cancer Agency. There will be strengths. We need to partner and bring everything together. We felt this way. I've felt this way. I've had patients feel this way. For those of you who can't read, it's basically essentially saying there's people in the back of the boat saying, look at those fools in the front of the boat. Their side of the boat is sinking. Have you felt this way in the front of the boat? I think as First Nations people now, one of the things we need to do is say that we're not going to tolerate that anymore. I think the other thing is we have to realize that bailing out frantically is not the way to fix a problem. It'll get us to the shore, it'll get us to safety. We've done it in emergency situations, but I think now what we are doing and what we've embarked upon just over 3 weeks ago is essentially we are fixing the boat. And then we recognize that we're all in the boat together. We cannot tackle cancer as a whole on our own. The First Nation Health Authority isn't putting up bricks and mortar. We're not building new hospitals. We're not doing anything like that as a people. But we are going to change the care that happens within those walls. And we're not going to tolerate some of the issues that we have over the years. And I think one of those issues is cultural competency. It was already brought up. It'll get brought up time and time and time again, because that is what I hear from the people sitting across from me, whether it's the first time I meet them and they've just come back from the hospital for a biopsy, or it's the last time I see them and their experiences in the Western system. And how can it be optimized? And I think we've done that. We have Leslie Varley in the room who created the Cultural Competency Training Program. We've said, okay, look, there are medical students, nursing students, OT students, dentist students, all of this. Why don't we train them to actually learn the concept of cultural competency before they actually see our community members? That's one solution. The other thing is, what about those people, you know, like Dr. Foster, who comes from another country, immigrates to Canada? Why don't we teach them our history so that they can understand us and the context from which we come? That's another option. What about cultural competency training for those who are already out there? Those people that are already in the workforce, in healthcare? That's another option, and there are those capacities. And I think that the PHSA is doing a wonderful job. I know the First Nations Health Authority has talked to the Cancer Agency already in terms of how important this is and how we are not going to settle for how things were. But at the same time, I think we need to start taking more responsibility. This is huge, what has just happened over the last few months. And I've certainly got a better understanding in it listening to Joe and the rest of the people up here this afternoon. It's massive. The only problem is that with more power comes what? With more responsibility. And I think what we need to do is recognize that if we want cultural competency for our people so that we will increase our health literacy, increase our utilization of the resources that are out there, have a better experience in the healthcare system, then what do we need to do? We need to get into the health professions ourselves. We need to increase the representation of Aboriginal people in the healthcare professions. We saw it. The FNHA is sponsoring students to get them through, to be supportive. We know that it's happening. Why is it important? I'll tell you a couple stories. One story is, I used to go to, I still do, go to schools and talk to elementary and high school kids about staying in school. You gotta finish high school if you're gonna get into medical school. That's one thing. What I want them to understand is that it actually can be fun. It can be fascinating. And so I go into these elementary schools, and this one time I went to this one reserve, and it was pretty tiny. It was a school, just an elementary school, and I was there for 2 days. I bring in all these sort of jars from the pathology lab, because if you want to hold a grade 2 class's attention, you need to have some shock factor. So I'd bring in a jar, and I'd show them, this is an appendix. Now, pretty much every kid either had an older sibling or they themselves have had their appendix out, so they're fascinated. And then I show them, here's a lung, here's a smoker's lung. I don't tell them, don't smoke. I think they figure it out themselves when they see the difference in what they look like. I say, here's a liver, this is a normal human liver. Here's a liver with hepatitis C. How can you get hepatitis C? And we talk about this. And they are fascinated to learn all this stuff, and there is nothing more beautiful than that look in a kid's eye. when they are learning and they don't even realize they're learning, but more importantly, they're having fun. And they're like, you could do this? You could choose your own classes when you get to university? They're fascinated. So anyways, at the end of this one day, I was bringing these specimens back down to my rental car. And there's these two little girls sitting on the bottom steps of the school. And they were arguing about something, but I just kept going back and forth. But then the argument started getting pretty heated, and there was really no one else around, so I thought I better step in, they're gonna start fighting. So anyways, I said, hey girls, can you just help me with these last couple boxes to my car? Then they sort of looked up, and the younger one looked at me, and her eyes lit up. And she pointed to me and she said, you're the Indian doctor that came to talk to my class today, aren't you? And I said, yeah, I am, and she looked familiar. Then she playfully slugged who turned out to be her sister, the girl beside her, her sister in grade 4, whose class I was going to talk to the next day. And you know what? You know what she said to her sister? She said, see, I told you Indians could be doctors. You know what? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At first, my first reaction was that. I thought, you know what? This is what it's all about. A grade 2 girl knowing that she can do anything. But you know what I think about when I think about that day? I think about her sister. And I wonder where she is now. In grade 4, how old are you? 8, 9? What happened in her first 8 years of her life that made her think that there wasn't anything that she couldn't do? They were arguing like she was sure she would bet her life on it that her little sister was a little bit off, thinking that some Indian anywhere could be a doctor. She was sure of it. How could a girl that age have limitations on them like that? And I think it's our responsibility to change that so that our youth go into elementary school, to high school, to university, to postgraduate, to do whatever they want. And we're seeing it today with the support that the FNHA is doing and the postgraduate institutions are doing. So I left that, and I did that talk when I was in medical school. My last year as a surgery resident, you'd travel all over these different hospitals all over the province, and now I'm in surgery. I finished an operation, and I'm sitting with faculty. And they know me well, because it's been about 6 or 7 years that I've worked with them. And we're sitting there having lunch, and this one surgeon comes out of the operating room, and some of you in the audience might have heard this story before. I'll try not to get too upset. The surgeon comes out, and he's obviously tired. Okay, let's give him some credit. He's tired, he's sweaty, and it's past lunchtime, and he sits down with his tray, and he plops it down, and he says, oh man, if I never have to operate on another Indian, it'll be too soon. So this is about how quiet it was at the table. See, his problem was multiple, but his one problem was he didn't know I was First Nations. So the other problem is all my faculty members did. So they became increasingly a little bit tense because they knew that I wasn't going to let this go, but I did what my mom always said, and I counted to 10 in my head before I spouted off anything. And then I slowly picked up all my stuff and I put it back on the tray, and I said, you know what? If you're not going to operate on an Indian and get paid, then you're not going to eat with one for free. And off I went. Slowly, one by one, my faculty and colleague members picked up and left too. It was a packed cafeteria in this hospital, and he sat there alone. For those of you who might have heard this story, what you might not have heard is recently, within the last year, I ran into this surgeon. It was at an airport, and he came up to me, and he was a little sheepish. This was a very well-renowned surgeon, very, very senior. And he came up to me in the airport, and he said, Nadine, can I talk to you? So I said, sure. Right away, I remembered this day. I will never forget that moment. But I said, sure, and we moved over to a gate that was empty. And then all of a sudden, he said, you know what, I have to say I'm sorry. He goes, I remember that day, and I don't know how to say I'm sorry, except to that's all I have. But would it help you to know that for the first few weeks, I thought about it every day? And then after a while, I thought about it every week. And now I can go like a couple months without thinking about that day. This was over a decade ago. Because I can go almost 2 months now and not think about it. But I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry for you, because the thing is I'm sorry for me. I didn't realize that I acted that way. I didn't realize that that's what I thought. Because I looked in the mirror that night and I came home and thought, are those stereotypes? And is that racism? Is that me? And he said, if it helps you, I think about that now every time I see a First Nations person. I don't know if you change on the inside, but you certainly become more aware, you learn, you try to understand, and then you say sorry. And he apologized. And then in the middle of this busy airport, he started to cry. We can't get that change by teaching medical students. We can't get that change by doing this. What we can do by being on the inside, sitting in a surgeon's lounge and hearing what's happening behind the scenes, sitting at administration meetings and seeing and hearing what they're saying, getting into the Ministry of Health and actually being leaders like Evan Adams. We can be not only on the outside, teaching them how we want it. We can be on the inside and actually do it right. We're empowered. I have no doubt about that. I'm so looking forward for the next couple of days. We know we have to identify our priorities. We have to believe in our ability to address them. And then we have to realize that we have to do what it takes. Remember, though, and anyone remotely associated with the First Nations Health Authority, obviously, based on this afternoon's presentations, realizes this: you cannot cross a chasm in 2 small jumps. You gotta take a running leap and believe that you can do it. And I think that is why we're sitting here talking about a health authority today. I love this quote. This is taken out, it's actually a picture. It's from the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Being an Indian is not about being part something. It's about being part of something. And that is what Gathering Wisdom is today, tomorrow, and Thursday. It's being part of something absolutely magical, and I am absolutely so honored to be in your presence. Miigwech.
That was brilliant. If our next speaker wasn't so accomplished, I'd actually feel kind of bad for him. But since the late 90s, he's been working, he proposed a business development strategy targeting Native American communities with the goal of increasing health and wellness through physical activity. And he's led the development of Nike's Air Native N7 shoe, the N7 Retail Collection, and the N7 Fund, which is aimed at helping to create access to sport for Native American and Aboriginal youth in the United States and Canada. And if that were not enough, since November of 2010, he was appointed by President Barack Obama to the U.S. Department of Education's National Advisory Council on Indian Education. So please help me welcome from the Sioux and Assiniboine tribes, Sam McCracken.
As he said, I'm Sam McCracken. I'm from the Assiniboine Sioux tribe, from the beautiful state of Montana. Thank you guys for all hanging out and being here. For those of you who did hang out, I have a very, very special treat for you. How many of you have ever got an opportunity to meet an Olympian or a future Olympian? Raise your hands. A future Olympian, a person who represents your country, Canada. Not very many. Well, today, those of you stuck around can go back and say you got the opportunity to meet a future Olympian from the First Nations communities here in British Columbia. And I'm going to take a very unique way of introducing her by having my good friend up in the back play a video real quick. So we want to play it for me?
My name is Spencer O'Brien. I'm a professional snowboarder and I'm a part of the Kwakwaka'wakw Nation. I love snowboarding because of the freedom and the creativity that I have with it. It's just having that ability to express myself through sport. From when I'm competing to riding powder to out riding with my family, I get that feeling every time and I love every minute of it. I just want to be able to share that with young people in the Aboriginal community. When I found N7, I was just so excited because it was exactly the way that I wanted to give back. I want to move my generation to pursue their happiness, whatever it might be. If I can even inspire one person to follow their dream and follow a passion through sport, then I think that's time well spent.
Wow. So Nike and our mission is to bring inspiration and innovation to each and every athlete in the world. If you have a body, you're an athlete. Now, I have a PowerPoint slide I'll play for you guys, but Spencer, who is training for the 2014 Sochi Games, took the time out of her schedule today to be with us, and she's been here most of the afternoon with us. But I want to take an opportunity for you to introduce the face and the ambassador of this brand I created through my partnership with Nike and Nike N7. And please give a good British Columbia welcome and First Nations welcome to your athlete, Spencer O'Brien. She's here. Check.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
So Spencer took took us a little bit of time away from training today, and so I thought it'd be great for you guys to get an opportunity to see what a wonderful representative of British Columbia that is going to be in Sochi in 2014, representing your country, and not only your country, but your community. So Spencer, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about some of the training you've been doing, getting prepared for 2014?
Yeah, so I'm a slopestyle snowboarder. My sport will be making its debut in Sochi. So I've been a professional snowboarder for about 7 or 8 years now, but this will be my first chance to go to the Olympics for Canada, which is very exciting.
So if you don't mind, share a little bit of your insights so now you've been helping us for about the last 6-7 months, so share with them on what our vision is together on how we want to inspire Aboriginal youth in Canada.
Yeah, I was looking for a way to give back, and I really wanted to do that through sport, because that's obviously what I do and what I'm passionate about, but I really wanted to be able to give back to Native kids. I'm from Alert Bay, BC, which is a very small island off of Vancouver Island, and I grew up in Courtenay. I was very lucky to have a family that, let me do anything I wanted. And now I'm here, and I wanted, just to be able to give that opportunity to other kids. So finding Sam and finding N7 was such a blessing, and just to be able to be here and speak to people in my community and share that is just incredible. So I think if I can inspire any kid, Native or not, to go after their dreams, that's ultimately what I want to do, and I think through N7 I'm going to be able to do that to a lot of people.
Thank you. So, appreciate it. So as you know, to train to be a world-class athlete, as Spencer is, and to get to the highest level of not only representing us as Native people, but obviously the country of Canada as well, she's got a very tight schedule, so I'm not going to keep her any longer. I'm going to thank her for being here. Please give her a huge round of applause. You're sending her off to Sochi right now.
Thank you, guys.
I want to thank you guys for taking the time to meet Spencer. So now make sure you all go back tomorrow and tell everybody what they missed because they left the Nike presentation, all right? You always know when you see Nike N7 on the agenda, something cool is going to be happening. So if you don't mind, pull up my PowerPoint. I want to share with these guys a little bit about the vision and stuff around Nike N7. First slide. I know that they put me so I only have like 30 seconds per slide. So N7, the vision was really around the power of sport and what does sport mean to us as community members. And as I talked to you briefly about the Nike mission statement, it's to bring inspiration and innovation to each and every athlete in the world, with an asterisk. If you have a body, you're an athlete. So that's what I've been able to build my business plan and build my premise around that easy mission statement as we try to do that. This is the plan. So in July of 2000, I was hired as the Native American business representative for Nike. I created the plan. I was working in the warehouse unloading containers and got this, kind of inkling of an idea because the health promotion disease prevention coordinator from the Fort Peck tribes called me because my community found out I was working at Nike and said, can you get us access to product so we can use it as incentives to promote physical activity? And then dawned the business plan. And I presented it to Nike leadership and they were overly supportive to help me create my position in the corporate organization. That was in 2000. And it really started, oops, let me go back. Can we go back one? It really started building around a conversation. So the furthest on there, the gentleman with the bonnet on is my mother's brother, but in our traditional way, he's 25 years older than my mother. That's my mother there. But he explained to me that we look back 3 generations for guidance, direction, and focus. So what you see is the 3 generations of my family. Thomas Duck, who I'm named after, Pagunta. That's him. That's me sitting there, still looking husky there as a young kid on my grandfather's lap. As my mom always said, we gotta go shop in the husky area. So I've always been that way. So it's a continual battle for me. But I do go out and exercise every single day. And then my mother and which we call my dad, because I was raised by a single mom. And my mom was a surgical nurse for 27 years. She worked at a company called Kaiser Permanente in California. But represented second lieutenant in the Air Force, and they gave me the guidance and direction. So just trying to put that in perspective as I try to look for Nike. And then the goal was to look forward 3 generations, hopefully make a difference, or create an impact, create change for people who come after me. And so as I put that in perspective, our goal at N7 is to create healthy, happy, young leaders so that they can sit on this table when Joe's ready to go to his wherever he plans to retire and kick his feet up. So that's our goal, is to create healthy, happy communities through our youth and through the vision of youth. So just really, really understanding that 7th generation, and I was able to apply that to a business plan and then bring it to life now 13 years later and really make it part of something that's grounded in our culture and our community. It really started off in the beginnings, as I talked about, it really serving the community through water bottles, towels, wristbands, access to this big brand called Nike. And that's how it initially started, and it's still today. In the U.S., we have about 300 community-based programs that access Nike product and use it as incentives. Through our partnership with Joe's organization, we're going to be able to offer that same thing to all 203 First Nations communities in British Columbia, as well as all across Canada. That same opportunity to take the power of the brand Nike and inspire your communities to engage in physical activity. And then dawned the Air Native. So then dawned the Air Native. So the Air Native was really a life-changing event for me. One of my colleagues is here, Jackie Blackbird. She'll be coming up in a second to help me. But the Air Native was something that we did a lot of research and development around. And if you look, remember that mission statement that Nike had, it's to bring inspiration. Well, that's the incentive. Now, but they challenged me, Sam, we need to do what we do best, and that's innovate. Because Nike is a company about innovation. So from that, they did the foot scans and saw that the Air Native was available for people who had the onsets of neuropathy and type 2 diabetes. So the lady that made the biggest impact in my life was my mother. In 2001, she died of complications of type 2 diabetes. And as I stood there and held her hand, I said, what am I going to do as I think about that 7 generations philosophy to make sure generations after me don't have that same feeling that I had as my mom left to go to the Creator because of the complications of type 2 diabetes. So I work for a company that innovates. So they created this product called the Air Native. Today, it's only available through health promotion, disease prevention programs. To give those people who have a very difficult job to motivate community members to participate another tool to get people to engage. That's the purpose of that shoe. It's for those folks. It's not a retail shoe. It's not to go to retail. It's not for the masses to have. It's for our community and those people who have those very difficult jobs to motivate our community members to participate. Because the only way you get the shoe is if you sign up for their programs. So I just want to continue to share that with Joe, that we will continue to share that with community members, the 203 communities here, to access that very unique product of people who have the onsets of neuropathy or type 2 diabetes. It's built on a wider foot base, no seams, no place for irritation, and so on and so forth. So the Air Native program is still available. It's not as robust in Canada. It can be if it's embraced. And what a better place than British Columbia for it to be embraced. And then as we start to look along, so one of the things I was able to do with Nike is ask them to take the profits from that Air Native and give it back to a foundation that was going to help address some of the challenges that our community members had. And they said, absolutely, we want to support your vision, Sam. We want to continue to allow you to create a platform to be able to have a unique dialogue with your community. So with that, started the N7 Fund. And the proceeds from all of the product that bears the N7 logo goes back to a fund that is managed and operated by a board of advisors. And here in Canada, the vice chairman of the N7 Fund Board of Advisors is a gentleman by the name of Tawani Josephs. So he's my partner. He's my partner in crime. We have Winnie Korn-Miller, who's on our board, Crystal Shawanda, Jackie Blackbird, who's worked up here in Canada for me for many years, and we're overseeing that contribution that goes back into communities. But it's really addressing these issues, which was staggering for me. If you look at these challenges, these are things that really woke up the Nike Corporation to really help us focus and figure out how can sport, because Nike's about sport loosely defined in movement and obesity and mental health, and how can sport help address these challenges in the communities? And how do we looking at funding these types of programs? Well, we look at it from this perspective. Nike created a program called Design to Move to address the inactivity of our communities. Not our communities, communities around the world, because Nike's a huge global company. And they wanted to create a vision of future generations running, jumping, kicking, reaching their greatest potential. And the way we look at programs that would look for funding from the N7 Fund is we looked for programs that are going to create early positive experiences for children. And they're going to integrate sport or integrate physical activity into everyday life so that we can get kids moving and be more integrated into everyday life. Today we have connected with 125,000 youth. Our goal is 2 million. So just a quick map of kind of what it could look like if the N7 program were able to really truly accelerate the way we know we can. Programs we funded in Canada. So those are programs since 2012 that we have funded in Canada. So we're relatively new here in Canada, well mature in the US, but in Canada, and that's the purpose of this partnership with Joe's organization, is to be able to become more robust and more involved in communities, especially in the country, in British Columbia. So that's a quick snapshot of the N7 Fund. Today, Nike has contributed in excess of $2 million back to help community, the majority of that going to programs in the United States, but we're really looking at having tribal nations engage, governments engage, other corporations, other foundations to partner for the benefit of our kids. So we have a strategy, and Tawani will help lead that strategy for us here in Canada as he works directly with me. Next one. I'm trying to stay on your schedule here. So how do we serve? We serve, we serve two ways. Can we go back? Yep. One more. We serve in two ways, through the community, through our community commitment to community, and at retail. And for those of you who are still in the room, we're launching our retail collection here in Canada. The face of that retail collection, you just saw her on the stage, Spencer O'Brien. We have a few other athletes, and I'll share those with you. But I wanted you to see that connection on how the proceeds go to the fund, to the direct back. It's because Nike's commitment is through product, and through really cool, innovative product that we allow consumers to participate and help us read our mission. So as you saw, Joe had his mission and vision, and up there, in order for us to meet our mission and vision, we need a partnership with this organization here. And that's to inspire and enable 2 million Native American and Aboriginal youth to participate in sport and physical activity. Every day when my team shows up, and you're going to meet my team here in a second, That's what they go to work to do every day, to inspire and enable 2 million. But the vision is really to unleash their human potential through the power of sport. So really, really looking at the long-term vision, so we're really maximizing the opportunity. And I talked to you about the 7 generations. In every deliberation, we must consider the impact of our citizens on the 7 generations. And that's where that story really was around what is N7. It's really looking back 3 generations from the people who came before us and looking forward 3 generations to hopefully make a difference with all of us being smack dab in the middle. And who are we talking to? Native athletes and those inspired by them. So we need the non-Aboriginal or non-First Nations consumer in Canada to help us. And what I always like to do when I speak, especially in the US communities, when we see non-Native people wearing N7, please go up and tell them thank you. Because they are a consumer to buy products. They can buy whatever they want. But they made a conscious decision to help our kids. And everything we sell in Canada, the proceeds stay in Canada to help our kids. They stay here. They don't go back in the US, they stay right here. So encourage people to get out to those stores and look for that N7 product, because they're going directly back. We have a family of athletes, as you see, very, very U.S. heavy, because again, this is where this was started. But we're definitely a new brand, and we're working. So we have 3 faces of our brand. We have Spencer O'Brien, who you just met, a great representation of Native athletes. Jeremy Thompson, who's a member of the Iroquois national lacrosse team, and playing professional box lacrosse in Hamilton, Ontario. And then most recently on board is Jordan Nolan, a member of the LA Kings and Stanley Cup champion. He's come to us and said, I want to be part of your vision to inspire Native youth, Aboriginal youth, to participate in sport and physical activity. So those are the faces right now that we have representing our brand. You'll see their face show up at stores across the country and participate in what we're doing. And where are our priority markets? British Columbia, it's going to be a big market for us. Nothing more needs to be said than 203 First Nations communities. What more do I need to say? But for us, Oklahoma City is a big market, and then Arizona. So as you look at it, Nike does it from a business, we call them dragon cities. It's LA, New York, Chicago, Toronto. That's where they put their major focus as a brand. In North America, for us, we're focused in it. We have a little bit different focus. Our consumers a little bit different. Foot Locker door. Oops, can we go back to that? That's the important thing. So as we talk about partnerships, can we go back to that one? Yep, there you go. As we talk about partnerships, one of our big partners is Foot Locker. They're committed. They're giving proceeds back to the foundation. They're 100% on board. The only place you can buy at the N7 collection, and I'll show you a little bit of the collection here in a second, is at a Foot Locker store. There are 8 designated locations. Every store was handpicked by me. I went through list by list, store by store with the team at Foot Locker and said, these are the locations where I think it's most relevant for our consumer. So as you can see, we got some growing to do, but it's growing. The growth is by demand. So you guys create the demand, we'll grow. But right now, to manage the opportunity, this is where, and you can see where it's real heavy, is in British Columbia. And there's a quick snapshot. So that product launches on 10/26. 10/26 right here in Canada. We're going to do an event tomorrow night to kick off everything with about 100 youth in one of the community centers up here. Spencer will be there. She's launching her new training app with the kids. We have some other people coming to excite the kids and participate. But as we talk about the brand, what is the brand? The N7 brand, as we talk about the collection that we sell at retail, is really about Move Your Generation. And I know that Joe had talked to me when he flew out to Portland to meet with me. He talked about a program that I'm willing to sign up for too. It's called the Beefy Chiefs, right? And so we can have all those Beefy Chiefs, and myself being one of those, we're going to move our generation. So the generation thing can be to the youngest kid, to the oldest person. It's about moving your generation, right? And so that's our brand concept for this season, and it'll last for the year. What is our objectives? To target and enable Native and non-Native youth to move more. That's what we're trying to do every day with the Facebook posts, Twitter, all those things that we connect to those kids with. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to accelerate premium product because I think our community deserves the best. We deserve premium, and Nike wants us to have premium. So all of our product will be at a very premium level, and it'll always be culturally connected. As we kind of look at it, there's a quick slide. This is when I was going to introduce Spencer O'Brien, but I had to let her go, so this is Spencer. This is her commitment to you. Hopefully you will share with your communities that we need to rally around and support her and send her good well wishes and pray for her to represent and be on that podium stand and put that gold medal over her neck and represent not only us as Native people, but to represent N7 and British Columbia and First Nations communities throughout the United States, or throughout Canada, excuse me. Let me see, what else do I got for you? Oop, can we go back? Yep, right there. So annually, and it's always been really well supported, is at our Nike World Headquarters in Beaverton, Oregon. For the past 2 years, we've hosted a sports summit where we bring in recreation directors and people who work with our youth, and we give them the tools to go back to look for additional funding, to look for opportunities to inspire and enable. We bring motivational speakers in, and it's always been well represented from British Columbia. And so I wanted to promote this with all of you, to share with your communities. October 4th, 5th, and 6th, Beaverton, Oregon. You're hearing it first here because you stuck around, and you get to hear it first. It's not going to hear it on Facebook. You're not going to see it on Twitter. You're going to hear it directly from the man here. I hope to see all of you in Beaverton, Oregon in October of 2014. So with that, I worked through this thing really quickly, but I want to invite my staff and introduce my staff up here with me. Lee's hiding in the back. He's our brand director. If you want to come on up. Tessa Sayers is the operations manager for N7. Jackie Blackbird, some of you might know, she's been representing our company. And then I've asked, you might recognize Ashley Calling Bull is going to help us with our event tomorrow, but she's coming up to help us with this special ceremony that I would love to do. And to kick off our partnership with your organization, Joe, we would like to do it the N7 way. And through our collaborative partnership, we created a Pendleton Woolen Mills blanket that is part of our collection that launches on the 26th. You guys are seeing it first here. And in the spirit of what we do, I'm going to ask my colleague, Jackie Blackbird, to come up and read what the purpose of this blanket means to us at N7 and what we hope that it means to all of you as you guys start to embrace this. So Jackie, would you, if you don't mind, would you please come up and read this? You got it? Go ahead.
Is this on? So this blanket, through the partnership with the Pendleton Woolen Mills, we called it the gift. Generosity and respect are Native values woven into the foundation of tribal life. Gifting expresses gratitude and appreciation. Gifts are given to those who have helped us in our life's journey, when a new child is born or during ceremonies. The blanket symbolizes love and kindness, which encompasses the person as they are wrapped in gift.
So with that, I would like to invite Joe up, and in our traditional way, we would like to thank you for your partnership, and we would like to wrap you in this blanket as our start of our partnership with your organization. So we want to thank Ashley for helping us out with that. She's actually going to be our MC for the youth tomorrow night. I didn't realize what a celebrity she's walking around signing autographs while she's been here, but it's great having her here. Joe, thank you. And if you saw in the middle of the blanket, there was a diamond in the middle. And then as they looked, there was 3 arrows going one way and 3 arrows going the other way to inspire us all to look back for that guidance, direction, and strength, and look forward to hopefully make a difference and a positive life for people who will come after us. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for being able to hang out, listen to the Nike presentation. Now you can all raise your hand. How many of you have met an Olympic athlete? There you go. So we've all met an Olympic athlete today. And I want to thank you guys. And I'm going to turn it back over to Joe. Thank you, guys.
very excited about the potential of the First Nations Health Authority now that we are past transfer date to look at these kinds of partnerships that really I think are unique, that something that Health Canada couldn't do in the past, but we can. And we can identify the partners and talk to them from our perspective. And I think that's the part of the work that excites me the most. So I really want to thank Sam and Dr. Carone and the BC Cancer Agency for being here today to just give you a flavor of some of the work that we've been doing to try and get things going so that things can make a difference. And like I said before, you know, the work that we do, although we take on the federal programs and services, we're really not doing it by ourselves anymore. I think we can leverage a number of partnerships so that there are more resources, more hands to help with the work that we have in front of us, to support our First Nations communities as health and wellness partners and our First Nations individuals and people. So I really want to thank all of you for staying to the end today. I know it's been a long day, and I just want to reiterate you know, my honor that I have in doing this job for First Nations people in British Columbia. It's the best job you could have in helping try and work with each one of you to take care of the health of our people. So thank you again. I hope you have a great evening and have an opportunity to check out the wellness fair and your own health checkup. I think we have the facilities to do that as well. I want to make sure everyone just has a check-in with the people we have there to see how you're doing on your own health and wellness today. So I'll turn it over to Harold, but thank you very much for your attention this afternoon.
All right, so 2 minutes just to wrap up then. So just a couple of logistical things. Joe's mentioned the health fair, which will be running till 8 p.m. on the 34th floor. Please drop on by. Don't forget your passports. It really relates to some great prizes at the end, plus some of the work we're going to be doing around Beefy Chiefs and the Friendly Family Feud. Resolution Health Support Workers will be on site from 8 to 4 p.m. tomorrow and Thursday in the King George room. So just in case you need that or you know somebody who needs that. There is a sponsors reception tomorrow night. Soft Landing, Cisco, and TELUS are doing a reception tomorrow night. There is going to be dinner, so we're asking you to sign up for that. So that'll be at the registration desk as well. In terms of your program tomorrow, we begin at 8:30, and tomorrow we are in the governance stream, the wellness stream, and the wisdom stream. So really, as you look at those 40-plus workshops, 45 minutes to 90 minutes, which will happen throughout the day, pick really where those areas where you need to really address issues and build your capacity. This room will be divided into 6 rooms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then there are 2 other locations. So all of the workshops are here tomorrow, and we'll go through our whole day tomorrow doing that, and then of course end our day with the trade show throughout the day and the health fair tomorrow night as well. So really just make sure you take advantage of that. In terms of our work today, I just want to say that I think we've been very fortunate to what I will call as having been imbued with our cultural identity today and having celebrated our strengths throughout the day. And I particularly want to thank our surgeon, Dr. Carone, and our Olympian, Spencer O'Brien, who I would say were our reward for seeing this day through to this point. So once again, I want to thank them for that. We've heard throughout the day that we have lost a number of our people this week and recently, and that a number of our people are struggling and need our strength and our prayers. And I also wanted to ask that the prayer song be given as a way of thanks to all of you and to what Quatsim, Leonard George described all of you as amazing, beautiful, strong people committed to operating at your personal best so that our people can get better. Thank you very much for the day. When Willie Charlie finishes the prayer song, we shall be in recess till the morning sessions, breakfast at 7:30.